Welcome to 3 a.m. Static. In the dead of night, the static whispers. Turn off the lights, close your eyes, and let the darkness guide you. Tell us where and when you're listening, because at 3 a.m., you're never truly alone.
Story 1. The Abandoned Mine. The mine entrance yawned before us, a jagged maw in the earth, promising darkness and untold secrets. The air hung heavy with the scent of damp earth and something else, something acrid and faintly metallic, like old blood. Ahead, the tunnel plunged into inky blackness, swallowing the meager light of our headlamps. This wasn't the clean, engineered darkness of a modern mine. This was the raw, untamed darkness of forgotten things, a darkness that seemed to press in on us, suffocating and oppressive. We were four: myself, a seasoned caver and amateur historian named Elias Thorne; Ben, a burly photographer with a penchant for the macabre; Sarah, a meticulous researcher with an unsettlingly calm demeanor; and Mark, the reluctant muscle, whose skepticism was matched only by his surprisingly keen eye for detail. We'd been drawn to this abandoned mine by local legends, whispered tales of miners lost to the earth, of strange lights seen flickering in the depths, and of a pervasive sense of dread that clung to the place like a shroud. The legends, however, felt remarkably thin compared to the palpable sense of unease that radiated from the mine itself. The initial descent was relatively uneventful. The air grew colder, the silence deeper, punctuated only by the drip, drip, drip of water echoing through the narrow passage. Our headlamps cut feeble swaths through the darkness, revealing walls slick with moisture, scarred with the marks of time and the brutal passage of geological forces. The air was thick with the scent of decay, a mixture of damp earth and something else, something indescribably ancient and unsettling. It was a scent that insinuated itself into your lungs, settling in the back of your throat with a persistent, unsettling chill. As we ventured deeper, the passage narrowed, forcing us to move in single file. The walls pressed in on us, the claustrophobia intensifying with each step. The darkness, once merely oppressive, now felt genuinely threatening, a living entity that seemed to shift and breathe around us. Ben's camera flashed intermittently, capturing fleeting glimpses of the mine's interior, jagged stalactites, crumbling walls, and the occasional glint of something metallic in the shadowed recesses. The photographs, however, failed to capture the true horror of the place, the sheer weight of its ancient dread. Sarah, ever the researcher, consulted her notes, reciting fragments of the mine's history: a gold-rush boomtown, a devastating cave-in, whispers of ritualistic sacrifices, and a hastily abandoned mine shaft choked with debris and untold secrets. The scant historical records gave little solace; they only amplified the mystery, transforming the mine from a simple abandoned site into a place steeped in a horrifying history, a place that seemed to actively resist intrusion. The deeper we went, the more disturbing the environment became. The air grew colder still, and a chilling dampness permeated our clothes, our skin, seeping into our very bones. The drip, drip, drip of water from the ceiling echoed in the confines of the mine shaft, each drop a tiny, echoing hammer blow against our already strained nerves. We passed areas where the walls were covered in strange, phosphorescent fungi, their eerie glow casting a macabre light on the damp, decaying timber shoring up the passage. The fungi seemed to pulse with a faint, internal light, casting long, flickering shadows that danced and writhed in our peripheral vision, playing tricks on our minds. Then we found them. Scattered throughout the mine, half buried in the dust and debris, were the remains of what seemed to be mining equipment: picks, shovels, and rusted tools, some bearing the markings of an era long past. But interspersed among them were things far more unsettling. Strange symbols, scratched into the stone walls, symbols that resembled no known language or alphabet, intricate carvings, depicting grotesque figures and disturbing scenes of ritualistic violence, and disturbing piles of bones, scattered haphazardly throughout the mine, their origins unclear and unsettling. The air grew noticeably colder and still, almost as if we had inadvertently stepped into a different dimension. Elias held up a hand, a gesture of caution that echoed our collective unease. We exchanged glances, each of us sensing a shift in the atmosphere, a change that was both palpable and terrifying. The quiet now was the kind that precedes a storm, laden with unspoken dread and a chilling premonition of something far worse to come. Our headlamps picked up a faint shimmering light deeper within the mine, seeming to emanate from a narrow passage we had not noticed before. The unsettling glow pulsed faintly, growing brighter as we approached. Its color was unnervingly unnatural, a sickly green that seemed to writhe and pulsate, casting grotesque shadows on the surrounding rock formations. The air felt colder, almost icy, a sharp contrast to the stuffy, damp air we'd become accustomed to. An unnerving silence settled over us, a silence broken only by the faint, rhythmic thumping, as if a great, unseen heart was beating somewhere deep within the earth. As we ventured deeper into the passage, the walls seemed to close in on us, the air growing heavy and thick with a strange, acrid odor. The light intensified, revealing a vast cavern that seemed to stretch into infinity. The walls were smooth and polished, their surface reflecting the unearthly glow with an unsettling clarity. In the center of the cavern, surrounded by a ring of ancient stone carvings that bore the same disturbing symbols we had seen earlier, was a massive pool of viscous, pulsating fluid. The fluid seemed to shimmer and breathe, its surface rippling with an unsettling energy. Its color was a horrifying mix of dark green and crimson, and from within it, seemingly sentient, rose and fell a series of grotesque figures, shapes that hinted at something vaguely humanoid but utterly alien. The rhythmic thumping intensified, growing louder, until it seemed to vibrate through our very bones. The air buzzed with an intense, unnatural energy, a malevolence so potent it seemed to physically assault our senses. Ben dropped his camera, his face a mask of stark terror. Sarah, her composure finally broken, let out a choked sob. Mark stood frozen, eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Even Elias, the self-proclaimed skeptic, seemed visibly shaken by the sheer horror of the scene. We stood transfixed, watching in mute horror as the grotesque figures within the pool writhed and pulsated, their movements oddly hypnotic and terrifying. The symbols on the walls seemed to glow brighter, as if echoing the fluid's unsettling movements. A strange, guttural chanting echoed from the depths of the cavern, weaving its way into our minds, twisting our thoughts and emotions. It spoke of ancient evils, of forgotten gods, and of a power that transcended human comprehension. Then, as abruptly as it had begun, the chanting ceased. The rhythmic thumping faded, the glow of the pool dimmed, and the grotesque figures within sank slowly back into the depths. The unearthly silence returned, heavier and more terrifying than before. The air grew thick with a chilling presence, a malevolent energy that left us shaken, paralyzed with fear and an overwhelming sense of unease. We turned and fled, stumbling blindly through the darkness, the echoing drip, drip, drip of water a relentless soundtrack to our retreat. We didn't speak as we climbed back towards the surface, the silence broken only by the heavy gasps of our ragged breathing. The mine, once a source of curiosity and adventure, had transformed into a terrifying testament to something far older, far more ancient, and far more sinister than any of us had ever imagined. The memories, the horrific images, the echoing chants, they clung to us, seeping into our minds and twisting our perceptions. We emerged from the mine, blinking in the sunlight, shaken and irrevocably changed. The mine's secrets remained buried, but we carried a piece of that darkness with us, a haunting reminder of the horrors that lurked beneath the surface. The escape was only a temporary reprieve, a moment before the inescapable return. The darkness underground had claimed a piece of our souls, and we knew, with chilling certainty, that it would return to claim the rest. The rhythmic thumping, barely perceptible at first, grew steadily louder, a deep, resonant pulse that seemed to vibrate through the very bones of the earth. It resonated within our chests, a primal drumbeat that echoed the frantic hammering of our hearts. Simultaneously, a low, guttural humming filled the air, a sound too low to be truly heard, yet felt deeply in the marrow of our bones. It was a vibration, a dissonance that unsettled our very being, a sound that seemed to claw at the edges of sanity. As we pressed deeper, the unsettling glow intensified, revealing more of the cavern's terrifying details. The walls, slick and smooth as polished obsidian, reflected the eerie luminescence, creating a dizzying, infinite expanse that threatened to swallow us whole. Strange, swirling patterns, reminiscent of ancient glyphs, shimmered across the surfaces, their meaning inscrutable, yet unnervingly familiar. They seemed to writhe and shift before our eyes, as if alive, whispering secrets in a language we couldn't comprehend. Then, we saw them. Emerging from the depths of the viscous pool, not as solid forms, but as shifting, swirling masses of the same luminescent fluid, were figures. They were humanoid in form, vaguely so, like grotesque parodies of human beings twisted and contorted into something alien and terrifying. Their limbs were elongated and disproportionate, their bodies fluid and amorphous, shifting and reforming like liquid shadows. Their faces, if they could be called faces, were a chaotic jumble of swirling colors and amorphous shapes, eyes that seemed to burn with an infernal light. Their movements were hypnotic, disturbingly graceful, yet filled with an underlying violence that sent shivers down our spines. They rose and fell with the rhythm of the pulsing pool, their forms undulating and shifting, like grotesque dancers in a macabre ballet. Occasionally, tendrils of the luminescent fluid would detach from their bodies, snaking out towards us, probing the air with a chilling sentience. Their very presence exuded an aura of profound, ancient evil, a palpable malevolence that seemed to choke the air itself. The guttural humming intensified, morphing into a low, mournful chant that resonated deep within our minds. It wasn't simply audible, it was felt, a psychic assault that pierced through our thoughts, our fears, our very souls. The words were incomprehensible, yet the emotion behind them was terrifyingly clear, an ancient sorrow, a primal rage, a boundless despair that echoed through millennia. It spoke of unimaginable horrors, of forgotten rituals, of a darkness so profound it threatened to unravel the fabric of reality itself. Ben, his eyes wide with terror, stumbled backward, his camera clattering to the ground. He let out a choked cry, a sound lost in the vastness of the cavern, swallowed by the echoing chant. Sarah clung to me, her body trembling, her face ashen. Mark, despite his initial skepticism, stood frozen, his jaw slack, his eyes fixed on the horrifying spectacle before us. Even Elias, whose demeanor had always been one of controlled skepticism, showed a flicker of primal fear in his eyes. We were trapped. Not just physically, but spiritually, mentally, our minds besieged by the relentless assault of the chant, our souls battered by the palpable weight of the ancient evil that emanated from the cavern. The very air vibrated with a malignant energy, a tangible sense of dread that permeated our very being. We were intruders in a realm beyond human comprehension, witnesses to a horror beyond human understanding. Suddenly, as abruptly as it had begun, the chant ceased. The pulsing of the pool slowed, the luminescent figures sinking back into the depths, their forms dissolving into the swirling, phosphorescent fluid. The cavern fell silent, the silence deeper and more terrifying than the cacophony that had preceded it. The only sound was the rhythmic dripping of water, now a mocking counterpoint to the silence, a relentless reminder of our vulnerability. A chilling stillness settled over the cavern, an oppressive quiet that was infinitely more unnerving than any sound. The air itself seemed to hum with a malevolent energy, a lingering presence that clung to us like a shroud. The ancient symbols on the walls, dimmed now, seemed to pulse faintly, their cryptic messages echoing the profound unease that had settled over us. We stood frozen, unable to move, unable to speak, our minds reeling from the sheer horror we had witnessed. The images, the sounds, the overwhelming sense of dread, it all clung to us, a parasitic entity that threatened to consume us from the inside out. The escape, when it finally came, felt like a desperate flight from a nightmare, a desperate scramble through the darkness, our senses overwhelmed, our minds struggling to grasp the reality of what we had seen. The climb back to the surface was a blur of stumbling steps and frantic breaths, the darkness closing in, the relentless dripping water a constant, maddening reminder of the horrors we had left behind. We emerged into the sunlight, blinking and disoriented, our bodies numb, our minds reeling. The world seemed different, altered, as if the darkness of the mind had seeped into reality itself. The silence of the journey back was heavy with unspoken horrors. We didn't speak, unable to articulate the terror that had gripped us. The images of the pulsating pool, the grotesque figures, the chilling chant, they replayed endlessly in our minds, a macabre film loop we couldn't escape. Each of us carried a piece of the darkness with us, a haunting reminder of the ancient evil we had encountered in the depths of the abandoned mine. The mine remained, its secrets buried beneath the earth, but a part of its malevolence had clung to us, a parasitic shadow that would forever haunt our thoughts, a permanent stain on our souls. We had faced the ancient darkness, and the darkness had marked us. The experience had irrevocably changed us, leaving us forever altered, haunted by the whispers in the shaft, forever bound to the terrifying secrets of the abandoned mine. The escape wasn't freedom, it was a temporary reprieve, a fleeting moment before the inescapable return of the terror we had unwittingly unleashed. The mine's darkness would not let us go so easily. It would return, and when it did, we would be ready, or we would be lost forever to the silent, watchful horrors that lay buried beneath the earth. The echoing drip, drip, drip of unseen water served as a constant, chilling reminder. The whispers would continue, even as the sun set, casting long shadows on our already darkened souls. The air grew colder, a perceptible shift from the already frigid temperature of the mine. It wasn't just a drop in degrees, it was a chilling, bone-deep cold that seemed to seep into our very marrow, a coldness that transcended mere temperature and touched upon something primal, something ancient. A subtle pressure built in our ears, a feeling of confinement intensified, as if the very walls of the mine were closing in, squeezing the air from our lungs. The silence, once a mere absence of sound, now felt heavy, oppressive, a suffocating blanket woven from dread and anticipation. Then came the whispers. At first, they were barely audible, faint rustlings like the sigh of the wind through dead leaves, barely perceptible above the rhythmic drip, drip, drip of unseen water. But as we pressed deeper, they grew louder, more insistent, weaving themselves into the fabric of the silence, transforming it from an oppressive quiet into a symphony of dread. They were not words, not in any language we understood, but sounds, vibrations that resonated deep within our skulls, unsettling our minds, clawing at the edges of our sanity. They were whispers of forgotten things, of ancient evils, of horrors too profound for the human mind to comprehend. The whispers seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, echoing from the unseen depths of the mine, swirling around us like a phantom wind. There were a chorus of unseen voices, a cacophony of dread that filled the air, a chilling undercurrent to the oppressive silence. They spoke of things best left undisturbed, of secrets buried deep within the earth, of a darkness that predated humanity itself. They were a constant, gnawing presence, a pervasive sense of being watched, of being judged, of being hunted. The darkness itself seemed to shift and writhe around us, not simply the absence of light, but a living entity, a malevolent presence that pulsed with a sinister energy. It seemed to press against us, to reach out with unseen tendrils, to probe our minds, to test our resolve. We could feel it, the ancient evil of the mine, its malevolent influence reaching out, seeking to claim us as its own. As we moved further into the labyrinthine tunnels, the whispers intensified, joined by other sounds, scratching, scraping, the slithering of unseen things against the damp stone walls. It felt as though the mine itself was alive, its ancient heart beating with a malevolent rhythm, its veins pulsing with a darkness that threatened to consume us. Ben, ever the pragmatist, struggled to maintain a veneer of composure, but even his steady hand trembled as he adjusted his camera settings, the lens seemingly reflecting a deeper, more ominous darkness than that which surrounded us. His breath hitched in his chest with each scraping sound, his eyes darting nervously across the shadowy expanse of the tunnel. The weight of the unseen presence seemed to bear heavily upon him. Sarah, usually so vibrant and full of life, was a pale shadow of her former self. Her face was drawn and pale, her eyes wide with a terror that bordered on madness. She clung to me, her grip tight, her body trembling with a fear that was both palpable and contagious. Even Elias, whose composure had been a rock throughout our descent, showed signs of strain. His normally keen intellect seemed overwhelmed, his eyes clouded with a deep, unsettling apprehension. Mark, our initial skeptic, had finally succumbed to the overwhelming dread. His earlier bravado had evaporated, replaced by a silent, awestruck terror that kept him rooted to the spot. His face was ashen and his eyes were wide, reflecting the terror of the unseen presence which permeated every corner of the mine. He moved with a hesitant slowness that only added to the sense of impending doom. The whispers evolved, morphing into guttural growls, low, menacing hisses that seemed to emanate from the very rocks themselves. The air itself vibrated with a palpable energy, a malignant force that pressed down upon us, attempting to crush us beneath its weight. It was a primal fear, an instinctual response to a threat that transcended our understanding. Then we saw it. Not a physical form, not something tangible, but a shadow, a ripple in the darkness, a distortion in the air itself. It was an absence of darkness, a void where darkness should have been, a black hole in the heart of the mine. It was an anomaly, an aberration, a tear in the fabric of reality. And from that void, from that tear, emanated the whispers, the growls, the hisses, the overwhelming sense of dread that had been pressing upon us. It felt as though we had stumbled upon a gateway, a portal to some realm beyond human comprehension, a place where the laws of nature did not apply, a place where the veil between worlds was thin enough to be pierced. The darkness pulsed, expanded, contracted, drawing us closer, beckoning us into its depths. We were paralyzed, frozen in place, unable to move, unable to speak, our minds overwhelmed by the sheer terror of the unseen presence. The void expanded, drawing us in, its malevolence growing with each passing moment. It was not a physical threat, but a spiritual one, a psychic assault that threatened to shatter our minds, to tear our souls apart. It was the presence of pure, unadulterated evil. Our only hope lay in escape, and flight from this unholy place, a desperate scramble through the echoing darkness towards the life-giving light above, a light that seemed impossibly distant, a mere glimmer on the horizon of our despair. But even as we turned to flee, the whispers pursued us, the growls followed, the hisses echoed in our ears, the darkness clung to us like a second skin, a parasitic entity that fed on our fear and amplified our despair. We were trapped, not just in the mine, but in the clutches of an ancient, malevolent entity that intended to claim our souls as its own. The dripping water, previously a mere backdrop to the unseen horrors, now seemed like a sinister rhythm, a constant, mocking reminder of our utter helplessness. The mine would not let us go. Not so easily. The first instinct was a desperate, panicked scramble. We turned, blindly, and ran, the echoing clatter of our boots against the uneven mine floor a frantic counterpoint to the guttural growls that pursued us. The darkness, thick and oppressive, seemed to press in on us, a suffocating blanket woven from dread and the chilling whispers that slithered into our minds. It felt less like running and more like stumbling through a nightmare, each step a struggle against the overwhelming weight of fear and the palpable sense of something malevolent hot on our heels. Ben, usually the calmest among us, was a blur of frantic motion, his camera abandoned, his breath ragged and uneven. He stumbled over loose rocks, his hands scrabbling at the cold, damp walls for purchase, his eyes wide with a terror that mirrored our own. Sarah, her earlier composure shattered, let out a strangled cry, her voice swallowed by the echoing vastness of the mine. She tripped, her body hitting the ground with a jarring thud, her hands instinctively flying to her mouth to stifle a scream. Elias, his intellectual demeanor replaced by primal fear, pulled her to her feet, his face pale and strained. He was struggling to maintain control, his body tense with the effort of keeping himself and Sarah moving. Mark, who had scoffed at our superstitions, now ran with a desperate energy that belied his earlier skepticism. His eyes, wide with terror, darted nervously from side to side, scanning the inky blackness for any sign of our pursuer, any indication of the horror that stalked us. The earlier bravado had completely vanished, only raw, primal fear remained. The whispers intensified, becoming a cacophony of menacing sounds, a chorus of unseen voices that echoed from every corner of the mine. They were not simply sounds, but sensations, vibrations that resonated deep within our bones, unsettling our very being. The growls deepened, becoming guttural roars that seemed to shake the very foundations of the mine, a terrifying soundtrack to our desperate flight. The air vibrated with a palpable energy, a malignant force that pressed down upon us, a weight that threatened to crush us, to suffocate us. The mine itself seemed to be alive, its ancient stones groaning and shifting around us, as if the very earth were trying to impede our escape. Loose rocks tumbled from the ceiling, narrowly missing us, and the walls seemed to close in, their shadowy shapes pressing closer, more menacing with every step. We had entered the mine as explorers, but we were now trapped animals, hunted by something beyond our comprehension, something far older and more sinister than anything we had ever imagined. We ran for what felt like an eternity, turning blindly at every intersection, hoping, praying to stumble upon a way out, but the maze-like tunnels seemed to shift and change around us, each turn leading us further into the heart of the darkness. The feeling of being watched, of being hunted, never left us. It was as if the darkness itself was sentient, a malevolent entity that delighted in our fear, feeding on our terror. Suddenly, a low, guttural groan, far louder and closer than anything we had heard before, caused Ben to stumble and fall to his knees. The groan was followed by a scraping sound, a low, grinding noise that seemed to emanate from the very walls of the mine. Sarah screamed, a high, piercing cry of absolute terror, and Elias instinctively pulled her behind him, shielding her from what he could only imagine lay in wait. We huddled together, hearts pounding in our chests, our breaths coming in ragged gasps. The darkness seemed to pulse and writhe around us, the unseen entity lurking just beyond our perception. We could feel it, its presence pressing in on us, its malevolence growing with each passing second. It was a terrifying, suffocating sensation, a physical manifestation of pure evil. A chilling gust of wind, stronger and colder than the surrounding air, swept through the tunnel, stirring the dust and causing loose rocks to tumble. The air crackled with unseen energy, a palpable sense of dread threatened to paralyze us. We were surrounded, cornered in this subterranean labyrinth by something ancient, something evil. We tried again to run, but this time, the darkness seemed to resist our movement, an invisible force pushing back, slowing us down, keeping us trapped within its grasp. It was a spiritual battle, a psychic attack on our minds and wills. Our fear was amplified, turned into a weapon, used to ensnare us even further into the terrifying grip of the mine's ancient evil. Then, amidst the cacophony of whispers and growls, we heard a new sound, the faint dripping of water echoing further down the tunnel. A glimmer of hope, faint as it was, sparked within us. It meant a change in direction, a potential escape route. We had encountered a side passage, a new route leading from this nightmarish intersection. This was our chance. Despite the lingering fear, we pushed onwards, the unseen entity's presence never leaving us. It felt like we were being stalked, our movements anticipated, our every desperate attempt to escape thwarted. But the dripping sound acted as a beacon, guiding us through the tangled darkness. The passage was narrow and claustrophobic, barely wide enough for us to squeeze through single file. The air grew even colder, thicker with dread, and the whispers seemed louder, closer, more menacing. At times, the scraping of unseen claws against stone felt just inches away, leaving us frozen with terror. The passage opened into a larger chamber, and for a terrifying moment, we thought we had stumbled upon a dead end. The walls were smooth, seemingly impassable, offering no escape. Just when despair threatened to consume us, a small crack in the wall, barely visible in the darkness, caught Elias's eye. It was a narrow fissure, barely wide enough for a person to squeeze through, but it was an escape. A chance to move further away from the oppressive darkness, a chance to get to a new tunnel and ultimately escape. It was a lifeline, slender and precarious as it was. One by one, we squeezed through the crack, our bodies scraping against the rough stone. The passage was torturous, claustrophobic, but it was freedom. The relief that washed over us as we emerged into a wider tunnel was profound. Though the oppressive atmosphere and the whispering still clung to us, a small spark of hope flickered in our chests. The way ahead was still uncertain, still filled with the dread of the unseen horrors, but at least we had escaped that terrifying chamber and gained a new perspective. The chase had been brutal, the unseen entity had nearly won, but we still had a chance to escape the mind's clutches. The dripping water sounded closer to a stream, a small but significant indicator of a potentially closer exit. We had to keep moving, keep hoping, to find a way out of this nightmare. The lingering chill and the oppressive weight of the unseen still weighed upon us, a constant reminder of the evil lurking just beyond the shadows, yet the hope of escape fueled us onward. The tunnel opened into a larger cavern, the air momentarily still, a deceptive calm before the storm. The silence was heavier than the oppressive atmosphere of the previous passage, a pregnant pause before the next onslaught of terror. We stood, huddled together, listening, our senses straining to detect any sound, any shift in the oppressive darkness. The dripping water, our beacon of hope, was fainter now, almost lost in the vast emptiness of the cavern. Had we reached a dead end? Had our brief respite been nothing more than a cruel trick of the mind? Despair threatened to overwhelm us, the chilling memory of the previous chamber's inescapable walls still fresh in our minds. We were exhausted, our bodies screaming for rest, our minds frayed at the edges. Yet the fear that still clung to us, the palpable sense of being watched, propelled us forward. To stop was to invite the unseen horror back into our hearts, to allow its chilling presence to consume us completely. Ben, his face ashen, checked his useless camera. The batteries had long since died, the electronica unable to pierce the impenetrable darkness. He looked at us, a flicker of panic in his eyes, but he said nothing. He knew, as we all did, that silence was our only ally in this desolate place. Any sound, any whimper, could attract the lurking horror back into the cavern. We moved slowly, cautiously, our hands brushing against the cold, damp walls. The walls themselves seemed to shift and breathe, their shadows dancing and swirling in the gloom. It was as if the very stone were alive, imbued with a malevolent energy that pulsed and throbbed in sync with our own racing hearts. Then, a faint scraping sound, barely audible above the thumping of our own hearts, reached our ears. It came from behind us, a sound that sent a shiver down our spines. We froze, our bodies rigid with terror, our breaths held captive in our chests. Slowly, cautiously, we turned, our eyes straining to penetrate the darkness. Nothing. The scraping sound didn't repeat. Was it our imagination, born from exhaustion and fear? Or was it a warning, a reminder that we were still being watched, still hunted by the unseen horror that stalked the mind? The question hung unanswered in the heavy silence of the cavern, adding a new layer of fear to our already overwhelming dread. We pressed on, moving with a desperate urgency that belied our exhaustion. We knew that this was it, our final chance to escape. Every step felt monumental, each breath a victory against the suffocating weight of fear. The cavern was vast, a subterranean cathedral of darkness. The air grew colder, the silence more profound, the sense of isolation more acute. We were utterly alone, completely lost in a labyrinth of fear. The dripping water was now nothing more than a phantom memory. We stumbled, our feet slipping on the uneven floor, our bodies battered and bruised. Yet we pushed on, propelled by an indomitable will to survive, a primal instinct to escape the clutches of this hellish place. Then, amidst the oppressive darkness, a sliver of light. Faint, barely perceptible, but it was there. Hope, fragile as a butterfly's wing, fluttered in our hearts. We moved towards it, our steps faster now, fueled by the promise of escape. The light led us to a narrow fissure in the wall, another impossibly small passage like the one before, yet it offered a pathway out of the vast cavern. It was a sliver of escape, a path leading towards the unknown but promising freedom from the chilling grip of the mind. The passage was even more claustrophobic than the last, a torturous squeeze through the darkness. The air was heavy with the scent of damp earth and something else, something indefinable, something ancient and sinister. The walls seemed to press in on us, constricting our movements, as if trying to trap us in their suffocating embrace. But we persevered. We squeezed, we crawled, we pushed, our bodies screaming in protest, our minds numb with terror and exhaustion. We emerged into a wider tunnel, the air momentarily cleaner, the silence less oppressive. We had escaped the cavern. But the mind was still vast, the horror still lurking in its depths. We moved on, guided by the faint light, our bodies weary, our spirits broken, but our resolve unbroken. The unseen entity had tried to claim us, but we fought back. We survived. The final stretch was a blur, a desperate scramble through winding tunnels, past crumbling supports, and over treacherous rockfalls. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth and something else, something indescribably ancient and foul. The echoes of our frantic flight reverberated through the seemingly endless corridors. The whispers had faded, but the memory of their chilling presence remained. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, we stumbled out into the blinding sunlight. We had escaped. We had survived. But the mind, its shadows and whispers, would forever remain etched into our memories, a haunting testament to the horrors we had faced in its subterranean depths. The sight of the sun was almost blinding after the oppressive darkness. We collapsed onto the ground, our bodies shaking with exhaustion, our minds reeling from the ordeal. The relief was immense, the joy of survival palpable, but the haunting memories of the mind clung to us, a dark shadow clinging to the edge of our happiness. We looked at each other, our faces pale and drawn, our eyes reflecting the trauma we had endured. The unspoken understanding passed between us, we had changed. The mind had taken a part of us, leaving an emptiness that would never be filled. We had faced unimaginable horrors and walked away, but the experience had forever altered us. Ben, usually so full of life, remained silent, his gaze distant and haunted. The camera, a symbol of his former pursuit of adventure, lay abandoned, a silent witness to his harrowing encounter. He touched his face, running his hand through his disheveled hair, the image of the unseen horror still imprinted in his mind. Sarah, usually so composed, trembled, her body shuddering uncontrollably. She had displayed remarkable courage in the depths of the mind, but the memories of darkness would linger, haunting her dreams for years to come. Her voice was thin and wavering when she spoke. Elias, the intellectual one, his usually sharp mind now struggling to process the irrationality of the horrors they had witnessed. The rational explanations that once gave structure to his worldview had shattered, leaving him grappling with a terrifying reality beyond human comprehension. He tried to bring a semblance of composure, yet his voice betrayed a deep, lingering fear. Mark, once a staunch skeptic, had become a changed man. His bravado had been stripped away, replaced by a haunting silence. He had seen the darkness, the ancient evil, and his former arrogance was gone, replaced by a sobering respect for the unknown, for the unsettling, irrational truths that lie beneath the surface. He had nothing to say. His experience could not be encapsulated in words. They sat there for a long time, the silence broken only by the occasional sob or sigh. The sun warmed their faces, but it couldn't erase the chilling memories that clung to them. They were alive, but a part of them had been left behind in the depths of the abandoned mine, a chilling reminder of the horrors they had escaped, forever bonded by their terrifying ordeal. The world would never look the same again. The sun, which had felt so welcoming at first, started to seem oppressive, casting too long shadows that mirrored the encroaching darkness of their memory. The escape had been physical, but the mind continued to exist within their minds, a dark and permanent addition to their reality. Story 2: The Haunted Theater. The air hung thick and heavy, a miasma of dust and decay clinging to the velvet curtains and chipped plaster of the abandoned theater. Moonlight, fractured by the grime-coated windows, painted the stage in an ethereal, unsettling glow. The silence was profound, broken only by the occasional creak of the aging structure, a symphony of unsettling whispers that seemed to emanate from the very timbers of the building. For the past week, the small troupe of actors had been rehearsing their production of The Shadow Play, a little-known Victorian melodrama steeped in Gothic horror. The choice of location, however, was far from coincidental. The grand, majestic theater, abandoned for decades, held a certain allure. An allure that now felt less like inspiration and more like a chilling premonition. Tonight, however, was different. The usual eerie quietude was punctuated by a series of unsettling sounds, soft footfalls echoing from empty balconies, the rustling of unseen garments in the darkened wings, and a low, mournful humming that seemed to vibrate in the very bones of the building. Eleanor Vance, the lead actress, a woman known for her unflappable composure, found her hand trembling as she adjusted her period costume. Even seasoned actor Arthur Blackwood, usually immune to theatrical superstitions, felt a prickle of unease crawling up his spine. The play itself, a tale of vengeful spirits and a cursed stage, suddenly seemed far too close to reality. The first real incident occurred during a crucial scene. As Eleanor delivered her climactic monologue, a spotlight inexplicably flickered and died, plunging the stage into darkness. A collective gasp rose from the small group of actors, followed by a chorus of nervous giggles, attempting to mask the burgeoning unease. But when the lights came back on, a chilling discovery awaited them. A single crimson rose lay on the stage, its petals unnaturally vibrant against the dusty floorboards. No one had placed it there. The next day, strange markings appeared on the dressing room mirrors, cryptic symbols etched into the tarnished silver, seeming to writhe and shift as the actors watched, their shapes impossible to decipher. The chilling symbols weren't simply drawn, they seemed to burn themselves into the glass. The chilling symbols were akin to ancient runic symbols, but warped and unsettling, conveying a feeling of primordial dread more than any coherent message. A wave of nausea rolled through the cast, a palpable sense of dread saturating the space. The jovial atmosphere that had accompanied their initial excitement about this atmospheric rehearsal space had completely dissolved. Fear was now a constant companion. Then came the whispers. Faint at first, barely audible above the rustling of the old stage curtains, they grew steadily louder and more menacing. Words, phrases, and snippets of dialogue from the play itself, yet spoken in a chilling, disembodied voice that seemed to slither through the very fabric of the theater. The whispers were not heard only by a single individual. Each member of the troupe heard the whispers, but each perceived them slightly differently, fueling the collective growing paranoia. Arthur Blackwood heard the whispers weaving a tale of betrayal and revenge, while Eleanor Vance heard her own name being called, a voice laced with chilling familiarity. The whispers felt personalized, as if the theater itself knew them, their histories, and their deepest fears. The stage, once a place of creative expression, now seemed to be a portal to another realm. The shadows that danced in the corners of the room deepened, taking on shapes that shifted and writhed. Objects moved on their own accord, and the temperature would fluctuate wildly, alternating between a bone-chilling cold and an unnatural heat. The very air itself seemed to crackle with energy, the theater becoming less of a setting and more a sentient entity that seemed intent on manipulating their minds and torturing their souls. One night, during a particularly intense scene, a heavy chandelier, previously checked and deemed safe, began to sway menacingly, its crystals clinking ominously. The actors froze, their eyes wide with terror as the massive fixture descended closer and closer, a pendulum of impending doom. A collective scream was released as a shadow, vast and formless, passed across the stage, and the chandelier suddenly stopped, seemingly an inch from shattering into shards of glass. The incidents escalated. Unexplained scratches appeared on the actor's skin, and fleeting glimpses of shadowy figures flitted through the periphery of their vision. The lingering scent of decay turned metallic, an acrid odor of blood mixed with something else, something ancient and evil. Dreams became plagued with nightmares of shadowy figures, distorted faces, and the relentless whispers that now echoed not just within the theater but within their very minds. The troupe's initial enthusiasm for the atmospheric setting was replaced by a gnawing fear. They questioned the wisdom of their choice. The stories surrounding the grand majestic theater, once dismissed as folklore, were now chillingly real. They spoke of a tragic fire, of actors who had died on the stage, their souls left to roam the halls, their cries becoming a part of the building's essence. Legends whispered of a malevolent presence, a restless entity that had made its home within those crumbling walls, drawing its sustenance from the creative energy of the performers, feeding off their fears, and twisting their art into a grotesque mockery. The actors started to experience vivid visions within the theater, fragments of the past. They saw glimpses of the grand opening, the opulent costumes, and the enthusiastic audience, only to witness a sudden, catastrophic fire that engulfed the building, leaving behind only haunting memories. These weren't merely memories, they were a visceral experience, filling their minds with a sense of dread and foreboding. One by one, the actors began to withdraw from the production. They could no longer cope with the psychological toll of working in the haunted theater. Sleep became a luxury, replaced by terrifying hallucinations and the persistent whispers that now seemed to burrow into their brains. The shadows grew longer, the whispers louder, and the fear deeper, as if the theater itself were devouring the cast member by cast member. The theater was not merely a setting, it had become a predator, a malevolent entity actively seeking to consume its inhabitants. Eleanor Vance, however, remained. She was resolute, refusing to surrender to the escalating terrors. She believed she could conquer the malevolence of the place, perhaps even help lay the spirits to rest, but she was slowly beginning to doubt that claim as well. As she stood alone one night on the empty stage, under the fractured moonlight, the whispers reached their crescendo, forming words she could now clearly understand. They were not merely teasing, they were warnings, prophecies of impending doom. They spoke of a ritual, a macabre performance that would unleash the full extent of the theater's malevolent power. A power that would consume her and everyone who had dared to defile its sanctity. The air grew heavy with the tangible scent of dread, a tangible presence clinging to her, its icy breath sending shivers down her spine. The shadows danced, and the theater seemed to breathe around her, its timbers creaking in a sinister rhythm, building to a horrifying climax. The final curtain was about to rise, and Eleanor Vance, trapped in the chilling embrace of the grand majestic theater, was about to face her ultimate performance. The theater's whispers promised a role that could only end in tragedy. A horrifying performance, starring only her, directed by the spirits themselves, under the watchful eyes of the shadows that danced in every corner, every nook, and every cranny. The chilling whispers intensified, weaving a tapestry of terror around the remaining actors. Each night brought a new wave of unsettling events, pushing the boundaries of what they considered possible. During a rehearsal of a particularly tense scene, where the protagonist confronts a vengeful ghost, the stage lights flickered violently, plunging them into near-total darkness before returning with a jarring snap, illuminating a swirling vortex of dust motes that seemed to writhe and pulse with a malevolent energy. The vortex then disappeared as quickly as it had appeared, leaving the actors shaken and speechless, their hearts pounding in their chests. Arthur Blackwood, a veteran of countless productions, found his usually unwavering calm replaced by a deep-seated unease. He began experiencing vivid nightmares, filled with shadowy figures and the relentless whispers that now seemed to burrow into his very being, even during his waking hours. He started seeing fleeting glimpses of spectral apparitions in the periphery of his vision, pale figures that seemed to fade into the shadows as soon as he attempted to focus on them, leaving him with an unsettling feeling of being watched, perpetually observed by unseen eyes. His usually jovial demeanor was replaced by a quiet, haunted look. His eyes held a haunted look, reflecting the palpable terror that had overtaken him. Eleanor Vance, though initially defiant, also started showing signs of distress. The relentless pressure of the haunting manifested in a physical toll. The vibrant energy she always carried during rehearsals faded, replaced by a weary exhaustion that seemed to seep into her very bones. She found herself becoming increasingly withdrawn, spending hours alone in her dressing room, her eyes darting nervously at every creak and whisper, her hand often clutching a worn crucifix she had discovered tucked away in a dusty corner of the theater. The whispers seemed to target her specifically, calling her name in a voice both familiar and utterly terrifying, a voice that seemed to echo the depths of her deepest fears, an unsettling awareness that made it difficult to determine if the whispers were simply hallucinations born out of the theater's haunting atmosphere, or if they held a frighteningly deeper truth. One evening, during a crucial scene where Eleanor's character is supposed to be overcome by a supernatural force, she actually felt a cold, icy grip tighten around her throat, an invisible presence choking the life out of her. She gasped for air, struggling against an unseen adversary that seemed determined to silence her. The other actors watched in horror as Eleanor's face turned a ghastly shade of purple, her body convulsing violently. They rushed to her aid, pulling away at the invisible force as if tugging at a phantom. Only when the strength of their collective energy was united was Eleanor released from the suffocating embrace. However, once free, the ethereal coldness remained in the air, a chilling reminder of the theater's relentless assault on the actors. The unsettling occurrences began to take their toll on the actors' mental states. They became jumpy and easily startled, their nerves frayed and their imaginations running wild. Even mundane sounds, the rustling of curtains, the creaking of floorboards, now filled them with dread. The shadows that danced in the corners of the stage seemed to take on menacing shapes, and every whisper felt like a sinister omen. Even their dreams became nightmarish, filled with images of ghostly figures and the echoing, terrifying whispers that haunted their every waking moment. Their collective fear turned into a palpable atmosphere that hung heavy within the very fabric of the old theater, an atmosphere as thick and suffocating as a physical presence. Paranoia festered. Accusations and suspicion ran rampant among the actors as the unrelenting pressure took its toll. Friendships disintegrated as each person struggled to cope with the ever-increasing tension, suspicion growing like an insidious weed amidst the escalating fear. They started questioning each other's sanity, wondering if the unsettling events were simply a collective hallucination, fueled by stress and overactive imaginations. This only exacerbated the fear. The constant questioning and doubt created fissures of mistrust, which fueled a sense of isolation and loneliness among the actors. The troupe, once united by their shared passion, was slowly tearing itself apart under the relentless assault of the haunted theater. One night, a particularly horrific incident occurred. During a particularly intense scene, a heavy velvet curtain, seemingly pulled by an unseen force, swung violently across the stage, nearly striking one of the actors. When the curtain finally stopped, a cryptic message had been scrawled on the heavy fabric in what appeared to be blood, a chilling message that only served to further intensify their fear. The message was a chilling warning, a cryptic prophecy of doom written in a grotesque script. The message read, "The stage demands a sacrifice." The actors knew then that this was far more than a simple haunting. They were dealing with something far more sinister, far more ancient, and far more malevolent than any of them could have ever imagined. The whispers had ceased, replaced by a chilling silence that was more terrifying than any noise. A silent warning, a terrifying omen that foretold an even more intense level of terror. The theater itself seemed to be waiting, holding its breath, poised for a grand and horrific climax. The actors realized that the theater was not just haunted, it was actively hunting them. Fear turned into a desperate scramble for survival. The actors debated abandoning the production, but the thought of leaving the grand majestic theater behind, of leaving the unseen evil to claim the entire building for its own, felt like an impossible task. They were trapped, bound to the theater and to each other, sharing not only a professional production but now their very lives. Leaving would feel like a desertion in the face of a relentless enemy. Staying was a slow, agonizing descent into madness, a gruesome invitation to a horrifying performance. Eleanor, despite her fear, remained determined. She believed that understanding the theater's history was the key to stopping the haunting, to breaking the malevolent cycle of terror that had overtaken the grand majestic theater. She delved into local archives, poring over dusty documents and faded newspaper clippings, determined to unearth the theater's dark secrets. She discovered stories of a tragic fire, tales of performers who had mysteriously disappeared, and whispered legends of a vengeful spirit trapped within the theater's crumbling walls, feeding on the creative energy of the actors, twisting their talents into tools of terror. Armed with this knowledge, Eleanor attempted a daring ritual, an attempt to appease the restless spirits and break the curse of the grand majestic theater. But the ritual only intensified the haunting, the theater retaliating with renewed fervor. The shadows deepened, the whispers returned, amplified and laced with malicious intent, and the unseen presence turned from a whisper to a terrifying roar. Eleanor found herself trapped in a terrifying game of cat and mouse with the malevolent entity, her every move anticipated, her actions manipulated by the theater's unseen power. The final night of rehearsal arrived, the air thick with a palpable sense of dread. The actors were shadows of their former selves, their faces pale and drawn, their eyes reflecting a profound fear. As they attempted one last rehearsal, the theater unleashed its full fury. A violent storm raged outside, mirroring the chaos within the theater. The lights flickered, the shadows writhed, and the whispers became chilling screams. The grand majestic theater unleashed all its fury, as if celebrating a gruesome victory. Eleanor, standing alone on the stage, was the only one left. She knew the theater had chosen her, marked her for a sacrifice. As she stood bathed in the chilling moonlight, the very structure seemed to tremble, the walls whispering her name, a prelude to a final, terrifying performance. The stage was ready, the actors were ready, and the audience, the malevolent spirits of the grand majestic theater, waited, anticipating a horrifying climax. The final curtain was about to rise on a show from which there was no escape. Eleanor, her breath catching in her throat, traced the faded inscription on a crumbling photograph. It depicted the Grand Majestic Theater in its prime, a glittering jewel of the roaring 20s, alive with laughter and the vibrant energy of countless performances. Yet, the image held a sinister undercurrent, a palpable sense of unease that clung to it like a shroud. The inscription, barely legible, read, "Opening Night, 1928. A night of triumph and tragedy." Her research had led her down a rabbit hole of forgotten newspapers, dusty playbills, and brittle archives. She unearthed articles detailing a catastrophic fire that had ravaged the theater decades ago, a fire that claimed the lives of several performers and stagehands. The accounts were chillingly vague, filled with whispers of a mysterious accelerant, of screams unheard, and of bodies never found. One article spoke of a distraught mother, her face contorted with grief, claiming her daughter, the lead actress, had been trapped in the backstage labyrinth, her cries swallowed by the inferno. Eleanor shivered, a cold dread gripping her heart. The whispers in the theater, the ghostly apparitions, the inexplicable events, they were not random occurrences. They were echoes of the tragedy, the lingering spirits of those who had perished within the theater's walls, their tormented souls trapped in a perpetual cycle of suffering. Delving deeper, she discovered a pattern, a grim connection between the accidents and mysterious disappearances that plagued the Grand Majestic Theater's history. The victims were almost always associated with the lead roles, the actors who held the spotlight, whose energy fed the very essence of the theater. Each tragedy was shrouded in an unnerving ambiguity, the circumstances suspiciously vague, the investigations disappointingly inconclusive. Whispers of a curse, a vengeful spirit feeding on creative talent, resonated through the historical records, reinforcing the unsettling atmosphere that permeated the present-day haunting. One particularly chilling account detailed the disappearance of renowned playwright Silas Thorne, who had penned the theater's most successful play, The Crimson Veil, a Gothic masterpiece rife with dark themes and supernatural elements. Thorne vanished without a trace during a rehearsal, leaving behind only a cryptic note, scrawled in blood-red ink, that read, "The stage claims what it creates." This revelation sent a shiver down Eleanor's spine. The theater wasn't just haunted, it was a predator, an entity that thrived on the creative energy of its performers, absorbing their talents, consuming their lives. The whispers, the apparitions, the accidents, they were all manifestations of the theater's insatiable hunger. The cryptic message on the velvet curtain, "The stage demands a sacrifice," was no mere threat, it was a promise. As she pieced together the fragments of the theater's past, Eleanor realized the terrifying truth: the Grand Majestic Theater wasn't just a building, it was a living entity, a malevolent force fueled by the creative energy and the tragic deaths of countless performers. It was a nexus of sorrow, a vortex of despair, a horrifying confluence of lost lives and shattered dreams. The theater's history was a blood-soaked tapestry, woven with threads of tragedy and loss. Her discovery of an old, leather-bound journal further deepened the horror. The journal, belonging to a former stage manager, detailed a series of secret rituals performed by the theater's earliest occupants. The rituals, designed to appease unseen entities, spoke of sacrifices, of offerings, of appeasements to a dark, ancient power residing within the theater's very foundation. The stage manager's frantic scribblings hinted at a growing terror, a mounting dread that eventually led to his own mysterious disappearance. The journal ended abruptly mid-sentence, a chilling testament to the theater's relentless hunger. The journal provided a chilling clue, a hidden passage behind the main stage, a secret chamber where the most horrific rituals had been performed. It was a place of darkness, a repository of the theater's darkest secrets, where the spirits of the victims had gathered, waiting to feed on new victims. With a mixture of fear and determination, Eleanor and Arthur cautiously ventured into the passage. The air grew heavy, thick with an oppressive silence that pressed against them like a physical weight. The passage was narrow, claustrophobic, its walls lined with damp bricks and ancient cobwebs. The smell of decay was overpowering, a nauseating blend of dust, mildew, and something else, something indescribably sinister. As they delved deeper into the labyrinthine depths, the temperature plummeted. A bone-chilling wind seemed to whisper through the passage, carrying with it the chilling echoes of past tragedies. The flickering light of their lamps cast dancing shadows on the walls, transforming the ordinary into the grotesque, turning mundane shapes into horrifying specters. They could hear distant whispers, disembodied voices murmuring names of those who had perished within the theater. Finally, they reached a vast, cavernous chamber, a hidden heart of darkness within the theater's very soul. The chamber was filled with an array of unsettling objects, broken theatrical props, tarnished costumes, and discarded play scripts, relics of past performances, remnants of shattered dreams. In the center of the chamber, they found a large, circular altar, stained with what appeared to be dried blood. The air vibrated with a palpable sense of malevolence. Suddenly, the air crackled with energy. The shadows within the chamber began to writhe and shift, coalescing into horrifying shapes. The whispers intensified, morphing into guttural screams, a cacophony of tormented voices. The spirits of the theater's victims were rising, their anger and anguish reaching a fever pitch. Arthur, overcome with terror, stumbled back, but Eleanor, fueled by a desperate need to save the theater, and perhaps herself, stood firm. She knew she had to confront the malevolent entity, to find a way to break the theater's horrifying grip on the living. The final curtain was about to rise, and the performance was about to begin. Her life, and the lives of the others, hung in the balance. The grand majestic theater had chosen its sacrifice, and the game was finally afoot. The spectral figures coalesced, solidifying into the tormented forms of past performers. A woman in a tattered, crimson gown, her face a mask of agonized fury, floated towards Eleanor, her spectral fingers reaching out like claws. A man, his body charred and blackened, his eyes burning with an infernal light, materialized beside her, his silent scream a palpable wave of heat and despair. Others followed, a grotesque procession of ghosts from the theater's bloody past, their ethereal forms twisting and contorting in a horrifying ballet of pain and rage. Arthur, his face drained of color, whimpered, his eyes wide with terror. He stumbled backward, tripping over a discarded prop, a rusted, ornate dagger, before collapsing against the cold, damp stones of the chamber's wall. The weight of the spectral energy pressing down on them was almost suffocating, a crushing burden of sorrow and resentment. Eleanor, however, felt a surge of defiance. The fear was still there, a cold knot in her stomach, but it was overshadowed by a fierce determination. She had come too far to be defeated now. She had uncovered the theater's dark secret, and she wouldn't let these tormented souls claim another victim. Drawing on a deep well of courage she didn't know she possessed, Eleanor raised her hand. The old, leather-bound journal, clutched tightly in her other hand, seemed to thrum with a faint, almost imperceptible energy. She remembered the stage manager's frantic scribblings, his desperate attempts to understand and appease the malevolent entity that had taken root in the theater. The rituals, he had written, required a sacrifice, an offering to quell the theater's insatiable hunger. But what kind of sacrifice? What could possibly appease these tormented spirits? The answer, Eleanor suspected, lay not in blood or violence, but in something far more potent, the very lifeblood of the theater itself, its art. The ghosts pressed closer, their anger growing, their spectral forms flickering with a malevolent energy that threatened to consume them. Eleanor felt the cold breath of the specters on her skin, smelled the sickening sweetness of decay that clung to their ethereal bodies. But she held firm, her gaze unwavering. You feed on the creative energy, the dreams, the aspirations of those who perform here, Eleanor declared, her voice ringing out surprisingly clear amidst the cacophony of ghostly screams. You crave the passion, the artistry, the very essence of the theater. But you have taken enough. Your hunger will not be satisfied by more sacrifices. She opened the journal, turning the brittle pages to the section where the stage manager described the rituals in excruciating detail. She saw the faded ink depicting a complex dance, a symbolic enactment of the theater's birth, its rise to glory, and its tragic downfall. It was a ritual of repentance, of atonement, a plea to heal the theater's shattered soul. Eleanor realized the spirits weren't simply seeking vengeance. They were trapped, bound to this place by their unresolved grief, their unfinished business. They craved closure, a release from their perpetual torment. With a deep breath, Eleanor began to speak, not with fear, but with a newfound understanding and empathy. She recounted the stories of the victims, their talents, their aspirations, their tragic ends. She spoke of Silas Thorne, the playwright whose genius had been consumed by the theater's insatiable hunger, and of the lead actress, whose screams had been swallowed by the flames. She channeled their stories, their pain, their unfinished symphonies, weaving them into a powerful narrative, a requiem for the lost souls of the grand majestic theater. As she spoke, the spectral figures began to shift, their movements less violent, their forms less menacing. The guttural screams subsided, replaced by low moans, as if the spirits were listening, absorbing her words. The oppressive weight of their anger began to lift, replaced by a sense of profound sorrow and longing. Eleanor continued her narration, her voice a beacon of hope amidst the darkness. She spoke of the theater's glorious past, of the laughter and joy it had brought to countless audiences, of the magic it had created. She painted a picture of the theater's potential for future glory, of the new stories it could tell, the new lives it could touch. Arthur, having cautiously risen to his feet, watched in stunned silence as Eleanor's words seemed to weave a tapestry of healing around the tormented spirits. The air grew lighter, the shadows less menacing. The chilling temperature began to rise, and the oppressive silence was slowly replaced by a fragile, hesitant peace. Finally, as Eleanor finished her narrative, a profound silence descended upon the chamber. The spectral figures had become translucent, their anguished expressions fading into a serene acceptance. One by one, they began to dissipate, their forms dissolving into the very fabric of the theater itself, leaving behind only the faint scent of sandalwood and lavender. Eleanor, exhausted but exhilarated, closed the journal. She had faced the past, and in confronting it, she had found a way to heal the wounds of the past. The grand majestic theater's haunting was over. Or so it seemed. The air, however, remained heavy with the lingering echoes of sorrow, a silent testament to the theater's tragic history. The final curtain had fallen, but the play, Eleanor knew, was far from over. The theater, though cleansed of its malevolent energy, still held its secrets, its mysteries. And Eleanor, armed with the truth, was ready to unearth them. The lingering scent of sandalwood and lavender was a bittersweet reminder of the night's events, a delicate fragrance clinging to the air like a promise of the theater's future and the ghosts of its past. The journey, it seemed, had only just begun. The heavy oak doors of the grand majestic theater groaned shut behind Eleanor and Arthur, the sound swallowed by the silent, starless night. The escape had been a blur of frantic scrambles and near misses, a desperate flight from the spectral horrors they had just confronted. But even as they stumbled away from the theater's menacing shadow, the chilling weight of their experience clung to them like a shroud. Arthur, his usually boisterous demeanor replaced by a haunted pallor, leaned heavily against Eleanor, his breath coming in ragged gasps. His eyes, wide and unfocused, darted nervously around, as if expecting the ghostly apparitions to materialize from the inky darkness. The rusted dagger, discarded during their flight, felt heavy in Eleanor's grip, a tangible reminder of their brush with death. The scent of sandalwood and lavender, once a symbol of peace, now felt like a mocking reminder of the theater's lingering sorrow. The walk back to their car felt like an eternity. Each creak of a branch, each rustle of leaves, sent jolts of adrenaline through their bodies, transforming the familiar streets into a menacing labyrinth. Arthur kept muttering apologies, his voice barely a whisper, blaming himself for their near-fatal encounter. Eleanor, while outwardly calm, felt the tremor of fear in her own hands, the relentless pounding of her heart a stark contrast to the stillness of the night. Back in the relative safety of her car, a numb silence fell between them. The journey, they had both initially viewed as a harmless investigation, had spiraled into a terrifying descent into the theater's tormented past. The spectral forms, the guttural screams, the oppressive weight of the ghostly energy, these images seared themselves onto their retinas, haunting their memories. Eleanor broke the silence, her voice low and measured. "We need to talk," she said, her words hanging heavy in the car's confined space. "About what we saw, about what we experienced." Arthur nodded, his gaze fixed on the steering wheel, his knuckles white as he gripped it tightly. He spoke haltingly, his voice trembling with a mixture of fear and disbelief. "It wasn't real, was it? It had to be a hallucination, some kind of mass hysteria." "No, Arthur," Eleanor interrupted gently, "it was real. The spirits were real. The theater, it's alive, in a way." She recounted the details of their discovery, the hidden chamber, the stage manager's journal, the rituals, the tormented souls bound to the theater by their unfinished business. She described the raw, visceral emotion she had felt, the chilling power of the ghosts, and the unexpected surge of empathy that had allowed her to finally quiet their tormented spirits. Arthur listened intently, his initial skepticism slowly giving way to a grim acceptance. He admitted he hadn't believed in ghosts, not truly. But the events of the night had shattered his disbelief, leaving him with a profound sense of unease and wonder. He described his own experience, the crushing weight of the spectral energy, the feeling of being suffocated by the ghosts' collective grief and rage. He had felt their silent screams echoing in his very soul. As they spoke, the weight of their ordeal began to settle in. The experience had profoundly affected them both. Arthur, usually so outgoing and confident, was subdued, almost withdrawn. The boisterous laughter that had been his trademark was replaced by a somber quietude. His eyes held a haunted look, a silent testament to the night's terrors. He found himself staring at shadows, jumping at sudden noises, and battling vivid nightmares that replayed the horrors of the Grand Majestic. Eleanor, too, was changed. While she had faced the spirits with a courage she hadn't known she possessed, the encounter had left its mark. The empathy she had felt for the tormented souls lingered, a constant reminder of the human cost of obsession, ambition, and unchecked ambition. She slept fitfully, haunted by the faces of the spectral performers, their anguished expressions seared into her mind's eye. The days that followed were a blur of exhaustion and introspection. They both tried to return to their normal lives, but the experience had left an indelible mark. Arthur struggled to focus on his work, his creativity stifled by the lingering fear and the haunting memories of the theater. Eleanor found herself obsessively rereading the stage manager's journal, trying to make sense of the theater's tragic history and perhaps uncover more pieces of the puzzle. Their investigation hadn't just unearthed the theater's dark secret, it had unearthed something deeper, something within themselves. They had confronted not just the ghosts of the past, but also their own fears, their own vulnerabilities. The experience had shaken their foundations, forcing them to confront the reality of the supernatural and the enduring power of unresolved grief. The theater's haunting was over, but its legacy lingered, a persistent echo in their lives. One evening, weeks after their escape from the Grand Majestic, Eleanor found herself inexplicably drawn back to the theater. The imposing structure stood silent and dark under the moonlight, its facade bearing witness to countless stories, both joyous and tragic. Arthur, despite his reservations, had reluctantly agreed to accompany her. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was unfinished, that the theater still held secrets yet to be revealed. As they stood before the theater, a chilling wind swept through the empty streets, carrying with it the faint scent of sandalwood and lavender. It was as if the theater itself was reaching out to them, beckoning them to return to its embrace. Arthur shivered, clutching his coat tighter against the sudden chill. Eleanor felt a surge of apprehension, but also a strange sense of anticipation. The final curtain had fallen, but the play, she knew, was far from over. The theater, cleansed of its malevolent energy, still held its secrets, its mysteries. And Eleanor, armed with the truth, was ready to unearth them. The journey, it seemed, was only just beginning. The theater's silence was a deceptive calm, a prelude to the next act of this unsettling drama. The weight of the unanswered questions hung heavy in the air, a promise of further investigations and the potential unearthing of even more terrifying truths about the Grand Majestic's past. The scent of sandalwood and lavender, a bittersweet reminder of their previous encounter, seemed to linger like a promise of the theater's future and the lingering presence of its past. The subtle creak of the theater's doors, almost imperceptible in the night stillness, sent a shiver down Arthur's spine, a silent invitation to step back into the darkness. Eleanor felt a prickling sensation at the nape of her neck, a sense of unseen eyes watching them from the shadowed corners of the old building. They exchanged a look of shared apprehension, a silent acknowledgement of the unyielding power of the Grand Majestic, a reminder that some stories, some horrors, refuse to remain buried. The journey into the theater's haunted heart was far from over. The lingering echoes of the past promised more terrifying revelations, a new chapter in their unsettling story. They were ready, or so they told themselves. They were ready to confront the secrets the Grand Majestic was still desperately trying to hide. And as they stepped through the massive oak doors, the silence swallowed them whole, awaiting their next encounter with the spectral inhabitants of the haunted theater. The final curtain, they were beginning to realize, had merely been an intermission. Story 3: The Shadow over the Manor. The air hung heavy with the scent of damp earth and decaying wood as Eleanor and Arthur approached Blackwood Manor. The once grand estate, now crumbling under the weight of centuries and neglect, loomed before them like a skeletal finger pointing accusingly at the bruised twilight sky. Ivy, thick as pythons, snaked across the crumbling stonework, obscuring windows that seemed to peer out with vacant, malevolent eyes. The wrought iron gates, twisted and rusted, groaned a mournful protest as they reluctantly swung open, their hinges emitting a sound like the sigh of a dying beast. Arthur, still shaken by their recent ordeal at the Grand Majestic Theater, hesitated at the threshold. The lingering unease from their previous adventure clung to him like a shroud, a palpable reminder of the unseen horrors that lurked in forgotten places. Eleanor, however, felt a strange pull towards the manor, a morbid curiosity that overshadowed her apprehension. The whispers of Blackwood Manor, the tales of its tragic past, had drawn her in like a moth to a flickering flame. They entered the grounds, the crunching of gravel under their feet a stark contrast to the oppressive silence that enveloped the manor. The vast expanse of overgrown gardens, once meticulously manicured, now resembled a tangled wilderness, a testament to the manor's long abandonment. Twisted trees, their branches gnarled and skeletal, clawed at the sky, their shadows stretching long and menacing across the decaying pathways. A chilling wind whistled through the skeletal branches, carrying with it the whisper of forgotten secrets and the scent of decay. The manor itself was a spectacle of ruin. Sections of the roof had collapsed, exposing the skeletal remains of the interior to the relentless assault of the elements. Windows gaped like empty sockets, their panes shattered and gone, revealing glimpses of shadowed interiors where dust motes danced in the faint light filtering through the broken glass. The stone facade, once magnificent, was now scarred and pitted, its grandeur marred by the relentless march of time and the ravages of neglect. As they approached the imposing front door, a heavy oak monstrosity that seemed to defy gravity, Arthur reached for his flashlight, its beam cutting through the gathering gloom. The door, warped and cracked, was secured by a rusty padlock, a testament to the manor's seclusion. Eleanor, however, noticed a small, almost invisible crack near the hinges. With a deft movement, she inserted a thin metal tool and worked patiently, the silence punctuated only by the faint scraping sound of metal against metal. After a few minutes of determined effort, the padlock clicked open, yielding to her persistent pressure. The door creaked open with a sound like a tortured groan, revealing a vast, echoing hallway draped in shadows. The air inside was thick with the scent of dust, decay, and something else, something indefinably sinister. A palpable chill permeated the air, a cold that seeped into their bones, despite the relatively mild autumn evening. The hallway stretched before them, disappearing into a labyrinth of shadowed rooms and passageways, each one whispering tales of forgotten tragedies. Armed with their flashlights, they ventured into the darkness. The silence was unnerving, broken only by the occasional drip of water, the groan of settling timbers, and the rustling of unseen creatures in the shadowy corners. The walls were adorned with peeling wallpaper, revealing glimpses of faded frescoes depicting scenes of opulent celebrations and lavish balls, a stark contrast to the manor's current state of disrepair. As they moved deeper into the manor, the sense of unease intensified. They found remnants of a life once lived, a discarded porcelain doll with one vacant eye socket, a tattered book lying open on a dusty table, a tarnished silver locket engraved with a name they didn't recognize. Each object whispered a silent story, a fragmented glimpse into the lives of those who had once inhabited these halls. They discovered a grand ballroom, its once polished floor now covered in a thick layer of dust and debris. A shattered chandelier hung precariously from the ceiling, its crystals scattered like fallen stars across the decaying floor. The faint traces of faded frescoes on the walls suggested scenes of joyous celebrations, now rendered grotesque by the manor's decay. The echoes of laughter and music seemed to linger in the air, a ghostly soundtrack to their exploration. In a dimly lit library, they unearthed a collection of ancient books, their pages yellowed and brittle, their bindings crumbling into dust. Amongst them, Eleanor found a leather-bound journal, its pages filled with elegant script detailing the manor's history, a history filled with tragedy, betrayal, and unanswered questions. The journal spoke of a family cursed, their lives plagued by a dark legacy that had stretched across generations, the chilling details adding layers to the existing unease. They explored the bedrooms, each one a testament to the manor's tragic past. In one room, they found a child's abandoned toy chest, its contents undisturbed, its contents still suggesting the sudden departure of its small owner. In another, a woman's embroidered handkerchief lay on a dusty dresser, its delicate floral pattern almost a cruel mockery of the room's current state of disrepair. Each room whispered tales of lives cut short, dreams shattered, and secrets buried beneath layers of dust and decay. As they delved deeper into the manor's depths, they encountered hidden passages, secret rooms, and concealed chambers, each more unsettling than the last. They discovered a hidden cellar, its air thick with the stench of mildew and decay, containing forgotten relics and chilling reminders of past atrocities. The deeper they ventured, the more the manor seemed to resist their intrusion, creating illusions, playing tricks on their minds, toying with their perceptions of reality. The weight of the manor's history bore down on them. The chilling tales within the journal's pages intertwined with the tangible evidence of tragedy surrounding them, a tapestry of unsettling revelations and increasingly disturbing discoveries, the oppressive atmosphere escalating their sense of unease. The manor was not simply an old house, It was a living entity, a vessel of accumulated grief and unspeakable horrors, feeding upon the dark energy of the past and actively resisting their attempts to unveil its secrets. The closer they got to the truth, the more the manor fought back. As night fell, the manor seemed to come alive. Strange sounds echoed through the decaying halls, whispers, sighs, and the unsettling creak of floorboards. Shadows danced in the periphery, playing tricks on their eyes, their shapes shifting and morphing into something both familiar and utterly terrifying. The chilling temperatures seemed to plummet, their breath visible in the frigid air. Their flashlights struggled to pierce the growing darkness, illuminating fleeting visions of shadowy figures flitting through the decaying halls, their forms indistinct yet undeniably present. Arthur, his nerves frayed, began to question their sanity. The escalating sense of dread had pushed him to the brink of his psychological tolerance. Eleanor, however, remained resolute, her determination fueled by the chilling truth revealed within the ancient journal and the unsettling atmosphere that enveloped them. They were not merely investigating a haunted manor, they were confronting the living embodiment of its tragic history. The manor's secrets were not merely tales, they were living, breathing horrors, inextricably entwined with the fabric of the building itself. Their adventure was far from over. The manor's oppressive atmosphere had descended into a deeper, more sinister level. The shadows were no longer mere tricks of the light, they had become sentient entities, their forms shifting and swirling like malevolent spirits. The whispers that had previously been barely perceptible had now become guttural moans, their mournful cries echoing through the decaying halls. The deeper they went, the more they were certain that they were not alone. They were being watched, hunted, by something ancient and wicked, something that had been waiting for them in the heart of Blackwood Manor for centuries. The confrontation was inevitable, the ancient evil within the manor beckoning their full attention. They were trapped within its shadowy embrace, ensnared by the tragic legacy of Blackwood Manor, their escape seemingly impossible. The next chapter in this chilling tale was about to begin. The journal, its brittle pages whispering secrets from the past, detailed the chilling lineage of the Blackwood family. Generations of occupants, it seemed, had been plagued by a darkness that permeated the very stones of the manor. Scrawled entries spoke of strange rituals performed under the blood-red moon, of unsettling ceremonies conducted in the shadowed depths of the cellar, and of inexplicable deaths that followed a pattern too consistent to be mere coincidence. One entry, dated 1788, described a chilling scene: a young girl, barely 10 years old, found lifeless in the grand ballroom, her eyes wide with a terror that transcended death itself. The cause of death? The journal simply stated, touched by the shadow. Another entry, from 1842, detailed the disappearance of a family member. He'd ventured into the hidden passageways, the journal claimed, only to vanish without a trace. His scream was never heard above the wind, not even by those close to him. The journal's writer noted a growing sense of unease, a feeling of being watched, and a distinct cold that settled on the manor, intensifying at night. The entries became increasingly frantic, filled with paranoia and dread, culminating in a final, chilling entry written just days before the manor's apparent abandonment in 1923, its closing in. "I can feel it. It wants us all." The final words were smeared, as if written in a desperate rush, the ink bleeding into the yellowed paper. Eleanor and Arthur exchanged a look, the silence heavy with unspoken fears. The journal confirmed their suspicions. Blackwood Manor wasn't just haunted, it was cursed. The unsettling atmosphere they'd felt from the moment they crossed the threshold wasn't simply the result of age and neglect. It was the palpable presence of an ancient evil. The whispers they'd heard weren't just the wind, they were the voices of the tormented souls trapped within the manor's walls. Their investigation led them to a hidden room behind a bookshelf in the library, a small, cramped chamber filled with strange artifacts. Among them were crudely carved wooden figures, their faces contorted in expressions of agony, each bearing a striking resemblance to the Blackwood family members mentioned in the journal. There were also numerous vials containing dried herbs and strange powders, their labels faded and illegible, hinting at the ingredients of the ritualistic practices described in the journal. A single, tarnished silver dagger lay on a small altar, its blade stained a dark, almost crimson hue. The air in the room hummed with a sinister energy, a tangible weight pressing down on them, making their breathing shallow. As they carefully examined the room, a chilling discovery awaited them. Hidden beneath a loose floorboard, they found a small wooden box containing several locks of dark hair, each tied with a piece of faded ribbon. Attached to each lock was a tiny silver tag engraved with a name of every member of the Blackwood family that perished mysteriously throughout their history, each mentioned in the journal. Eleanor felt a shiver run down her spine. This wasn't merely a collection of heirlooms, it was a gruesome testament to the manor's dark legacy. The cellar, a dank and claustrophobic space, proved even more unsettling. The air hung heavy with the stench of mildew and decay, a pervasive odor that clung to their clothes and hair. The walls were damp and slimy, and the floor was covered in a thick layer of mud and debris. The only source of light came from Arthur's flashlight, its beam cutting through the oppressive darkness, revealing piles of decaying boxes, broken furniture, and other forgotten relics. As they moved deeper into the cellar, the temperature plummeted, and a thick fog began to gather, obscuring their vision. In the furthest corner, beneath a pile of rotting sacks, they discovered a large stone altar. It was carved with intricate symbols, their meaning unknown, but their ominous nature unmistakable. The altar was stained with what appeared to be dried blood, and the air around it vibrated with a chilling energy that sent shivers down their spines. They found remnants of what appeared to be charred bones scattered on the floor near the altar. The scene resembled that of a dark ritual, a sacrifice offering to the manor's malevolent force. As they continued to explore the cellar, they discovered a series of tunnels branching off from the main chamber. The tunnels were narrow and claustrophobic, and their walls were slick with moisture. As they ventured deeper into the tunnels, the air grew colder, and the sounds of dripping water intensified, accompanied by the unsettling sounds of scraping and movement in the darkness. The darkness felt like a living entity, enveloping them, a physical manifestation of the manor's oppressive atmosphere. Suddenly, a low growl echoed from the depths of the tunnels, sending a wave of terror through them. The growl grew louder and more menacing, the sound of heavy footsteps approaching them through the damp and dark tunnels. The air grew heavy with the scent of decay. Eleanor felt a hand grab her arm as the tremors in the walls intensified, a low growl building into a furious roar. They stumbled back, their flashlights casting nervous beams of light into the shadows that seemed to writhe and shift before their eyes. They scrambled back through the tunnels, the growls chasing them, the sounds of the chasing predator resonating with the heavy breathing and heavy steps. The sounds of the creature were followed by scratching against the walls, the sound of claws and desperate pleas for help that had long died. They burst from the cellar, their hearts pounding in their chests, the chilling experience a testament to the manor's malevolent power. The sounds of the creature pursuing them echoed through the decaying halls, and the shadows played tricks on their eyes. It wasn't just a haunted house, it was a predator, waiting for its prey. The darkness itself seemed to be alive, reaching out to them, beckoning them deeper into its sinister depths. Back in the main hall, they collapsed against the cold stone walls, gasping for breath, the terrifying experience leaving them shaking. The silence that followed was even more terrifying than the growls and roars, as the fear settled in. The manor had shown them its true face, a monstrous entity, feeding on the pain and despair of its victims. Their investigation had uncovered the dark truth of Blackwood Manor. Their escape, however, remained far from assured. The manor was far more than just a collection of unsettling secrets. It was a living, breathing nightmare intent on keeping its dark history buried forever. The confrontation was imminent. They were merely pawns in a game played by something ancient, something malevolent, something truly terrifying. The hunt was on. The chilling echoes of their cellar encounter lingered, a tangible weight pressing down on Eleanor and Arthur as they ascended the grand staircase. The flickering gaslights cast long, dancing shadows that seemed to writhe and twist, mirroring the unease that coiled in their stomachs. Each creak of the ancient wood, each sigh of the wind through the broken panes, felt like a whispered threat. They moved through the manor with a renewed sense of dread, every shadowed corner seeming to hold a lurking presence, every gust of wind a potential harbinger of further terror. Their next exploration led them to the manor's east wing, a section of the building that the journal had indicated was off-limits to the Blackwood family, a place shrouded in even darker secrets than the rest of the manor. The air here felt different, colder, heavier, as if the very atmosphere itself was resisting their intrusion. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the occasional drip of water and the distant, mournful moan of the wind. Dust motes danced in the slivers of moonlight filtering through the grime-coated windows, creating an ethereal, almost spectral atmosphere. As they ventured deeper into the east wing, they found themselves in a long, dimly lit corridor. The walls were lined with portraits of Blackwood ancestors, their eyes seeming to follow their every move, their expressions ranging from unsettling serenity to chilling malice. The paintings seemed to pulse with a faint, internal light, almost as if the subjects were still breathing, still watching. Eleanor felt a prickling sensation on her skin, a feeling of being watched, of being judged. A wave of nausea washed over her, a presence pressed against her, cold and suffocating. At the end of the corridor, they found a large, oak door, its surface marred by age and decay. The door was locked, but the lock was ancient and rusted, giving way easily to Arthur's efforts. The heavy oak groaned in protest as they pushed it open, revealing a large, circular chamber. The room was devoid of furniture, the only objects being a single, stone pedestal in the center and several intricately carved symbols etched into the walls. The symbols were similar to those they had seen on the altar in the cellar, their ominous nature unsettling and chilling. The pedestal held a tarnished silver chalice, its surface etched with strange symbols mirroring those on the walls. As Arthur reached for it, a gust of icy wind swept through the room, extinguishing the gas lamp and plunging them into darkness. A chilling whisper, barely audible above the wind's mournful howl, seemed to slither around them, a voice that spoke of sacrifice and ancient power. The darkness pressed in, a suffocating blanket that seemed to breathe. Eleanor felt a cold touch on her arm, as if an icy hand had grasped her. She gasped, and Arthur's hand found hers, his grip firm and reassuring. The darkness pulsed, a shadowy, almost tangible presence that seemed to writhe and shift around them. They could hear faint voices, whispers that seemed to emanate from the very stones of the walls, words of pain and despair, murmuring tales of betrayal and unspeakable horror. Slowly, with hesitant steps, they felt their way back to the door, their hands outstretched, feeling for the familiar wood of the frame. As they reached it, a sudden light filled the chamber. The gas lamp had reignited, casting flickering shadows once more. They paused, their breaths held captive in their chests, listening to the silence that once again pressed against them. The oppressive atmosphere and the feeling of being watched remained, as if the experience of the darkness was a signifier of a power much bigger than their comprehension, a power that resided in the walls of the manor. Their journey continued through the darkened hallways of the manor, each room revealing new horrors. In the grand ballroom, the very air shimmered with a spectral energy, and the faint sound of laughter and dancing echoed from an unseen source. They witnessed fleeting glimpses of figures moving in the shadows, their forms indistinct but their presence undeniable. In one room, they found a collection of antique dolls, their eyes following them, their porcelain faces twisted into grotesque grimaces that seemed to shift subtly with their movements. The library, aside from the hidden room, revealed yet more chilling secrets. In the deepest recesses, behind stacks of ancient books, they discovered a series of hidden compartments. Inside these compartments, they found more journals, this time written in a language neither Eleanor nor Arthur recognized. The script was elegant yet disturbing, filled with disturbing illustrations of bizarre rituals and terrifying entities, each more horrifying than the last. The illustrations depicted grotesque beings, twisted versions of humans, and ancient demonic entities. One journal, bound in human skin, held a particularly disturbing account of a Blackwood ancestor who had attempted to contact a powerful entity. The journal detailed a descent into madness, a loss of self, and horrific experiments conducted under the influence of the ancient entity the ancestor had summoned. The journal culminated in a chilling description of a ritualistic sacrifice, the details of which were so graphic as to leave Eleanor and Arthur physically sickened. The detail given into the ritual and the aftermath was sickening and brutal, painting a vividly grim picture of sacrifice and betrayal. The accounts detailed graphic violence, human sacrifice, and the utter depravity of the Blackwood lineage. As they explored further, the supernatural phenomena intensified. Objects moved on their own, doors slammed shut, and icy drafts swept through the rooms, even when the windows were sealed. Whispers filled the air, sometimes intelligible, other times just chilling murmurs that sent shivers down their spines. The presence of an unseen entity was undeniable, a dark malevolence that permeated the very fabric of the manor. The manor's walls seemed to breathe, the floorboards groaning under an unseen weight. Shadows stretched and contorted, taking on monstrous forms in the flickering candlelight. The temperature fluctuated wildly, dropping to near freezing in one moment and rising to suffocating heat in the next. In the master bedroom, they discovered a large, four-poster bed, its canopy draped in heavy, velvet curtains. As they approached, the curtains began to move, as if stirred by a gentle breeze, though there was no window nearby. The air grew thick and heavy, and a chilling presence seemed to settle over them, making their hair stand on end. A faint, ethereal glow emanated from within the curtains, and a whispered voice, filled with unimaginable despair, drifted from within. Eleanor and Arthur felt a searing cold, accompanied by a paralyzing fear, as if an unseen force was weighing on them, seeking to steal their life energy. They backed away slowly, their eyes fixed on the shimmering curtains, a feeling of profound terror gripping them. The whisper grew louder, more insistent, and they could almost make out a mournful plea. The pressure increased, the cold growing more intense. They knew they had to leave, but an unseen force seemed to be holding them in place. Eleanor felt a surge of dizziness, and everything turned to an almost unbearable pitch-black darkness. The last thing she heard before collapsing to the floor, and Arthur with her, was a harrowing scream, a sound of unimaginable despair, a sound of death itself. Eleanor's consciousness flickered back, a slow, agonizing return from the abyss of unconsciousness. The chilling scream still echoed in her ears, a phantom sound clinging to the edges of her hearing. She lay sprawled on the cold, stone floor of the master bedroom, Arthur's limp form beside her. The heavy velvet curtains of the four-poster bed hung motionless, the ethereal glow vanished, leaving behind only the oppressive darkness of the room. A bone-deep chill permeated her, a cold that went beyond the physical, a coldness that seeped into her very soul. Arthur groaned, stirring beside her. His eyes fluttered open, confusion clouding their depths. What happened?" he whispered, his voice raspy and weak. Eleanor struggled to sit up, her head throbbing, her body aching. I don't know," she managed, her voice trembling. Something attacked us." The memory of the icy grip, the crushing pressure, the despairing scream, sent another shiver down her spine. It felt less like a physical assault and more like a psychic violation, a draining of their very life force. The air in the room hung heavy with a palpable sense of dread, the silence broken only by their ragged breathing. They slowly rose to their feet, supporting each other, their legs unsteady. The oppressive atmosphere of the room seemed to intensify, the shadows seeming to deepen and writhe. They could feel eyes on them, unseen but keenly felt. It was as if the very walls of the manor were watching, judging, waiting. As they made their way out of the master bedroom, they noticed something new, a trail of dark, viscous fluid oozing from beneath the bed, its sickly sweet smell clinging to the air. It was a deep, crimson color, almost black in the dim light, and the texture was disturbingly thick, like congealed blood. The sight intensified their already heightened fear. This was something far beyond the normal supernatural occurrences they had witnessed so far. This was a violation, a defilement of a kind that hinted at a far greater evil lurking within the manor's walls. This wasn't just a haunted house, it was a nexus of something ancient and wicked. They continued their exploration, moving with caution, their senses heightened, their every step measured. The rest of the manor felt different now, the atmosphere more sinister, more menacing. The whispers seemed louder, closer, more insistent. The shadows danced with a malevolent energy, twisting and contorting into grotesque shapes. They finally came to the manor's chapel, a small, dimly lit room tucked away in a secluded corner of the west wing. The air here was thick with an almost suffocating humidity, a strange dampness that clung to their clothes and skin. The chapel was in disrepair, the stained glass windows cracked and broken, the altar covered in dust and cobwebs. However, in the center of the room, resting on the altar, was a single, ancient book bound in what looked to be human skin. Arthur approached cautiously, his hand trembling as he reached for the book. As his fingers brushed against the leather-like cover, a low growl echoed through the chapel, a sound that seemed to emanate from the very stones of the walls. The temperature plummeted, and a wave of icy air swept through the room, extinguishing the remaining gas lamps and plunging them into darkness. Eleanor gasped, reaching out to Arthur, her hand finding his in the darkness. They were surrounded by darkness, a living, breathing darkness that seemed to press in on them, suffocating them, squeezing the air from their lungs. The whispers intensified, becoming a chorus of voices, guttural and demonic, their words filled with hatred and malice. Suddenly, a light flickered to life, revealing a figure standing behind them, its form obscured by the shadows, yet its presence radiating an intense and malevolent energy. It moved with an unnatural grace, silent and swift, its movements fluid and eerie. The figure raised a hand, and a blinding flash of light erupted from its palm. Eleanor and Arthur shielded their eyes, but the light was too intense, too overwhelming. When the light subsided, the figure had vanished, leaving behind only the oppressive darkness and the lingering scent of sulfur. They scrambled to their feet, their hearts pounding in their chests, their breaths coming in short, ragged gasps. Their survival instinct took over, pushing aside their fear. They knew they had to escape the manor. They couldn't continue searching for clues. They needed to escape the presence which had clearly shown itself, and escape the manor's sinister influence. As they made their way out of the chapel and back towards the main part of the manor, the supernatural events continued to intensify. The walls seemed to shift and breathe, the floorboards creaked and groaned under an unseen weight. The whispers continued, taunting them, mocking them, urging them to stay. They stumbled through the dark corridors, past the looming portraits of the Blackwood ancestors, their eyes following every move. Each step was a struggle, each breath a testament to their fear and determination. The unseen entity, whatever it was, seemed intent on keeping them within the manor's clutches. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, they reached the front entrance. They burst through the heavy oak doors, gasping for breath, the cold night air a welcome relief from the suffocating atmosphere of the manor. As they stumbled out onto the lawn, they looked back at the manor, its dark silhouette silhouetted against the moonlit sky, its windows glowing with an unnatural light. They ran, their legs carrying them away from the manor, away from the darkness, away from the unseen entity that had pursued them through its shadowed corridors. But as they ran, they knew that the experience had left an indelible mark upon them, a chilling reminder of the darkness that lurked within the Blackwood Manor, a darkness that would forever haunt their memories. They had faced the darkness, and it had nearly consumed them. But they had survived. For now. The questions remained: what was the entity that haunted the manor? What was the significance of the symbols and the rituals they'd witnessed? And most importantly, could they ever truly escape the manor's dark legacy? They had uncovered only a piece of the puzzle, and they knew, with a chilling certainty, that the mystery was far from over. The shadow over Blackwood Manor still lingered, a constant reminder of the terrors they had faced and the horrors yet to come. The fight was far from over. The darkness had been confronted, but it hadn't been vanquished. It waited, patient and hungry, within the manor's walls. The cold night air stung their lungs, a stark contrast to the suffocating humidity of the manor. Eleanor and Arthur stumbled across the dew-kissed grass, their breath ragged, their hearts hammering against their ribs like trapped birds. They didn't dare look back. The image of Blackwood Manor, a dark monolith against the moonlit sky, seared into their minds. The unnatural glow from its windows, like malevolent eyes peering out into the night, felt like a tangible threat, even from this distance. They ran until their lungs burned and their legs ached, driven by a primal instinct for survival. The adrenaline that had fueled their escape began to ebb, replaced by a chilling exhaustion that settled deep in their bones. They collapsed onto a grassy bank at the edge of the Blackwood estate, their bodies trembling, their minds reeling from the night's horrors. Silence descended, broken only by the rhythmic rasp of their breathing and the distant hooting of an owl. The world, momentarily stripped of its supernatural terrors, seemed strangely peaceful, almost serene. But the peace was fragile, a thin veil obscuring the deep-seated fear that gnawed at their insides. Eleanor shivered, pulling her thin coat tighter around her. The lingering chill wasn't just the autumn night. It was a coldness that emanated from within, a residue of the manor's malevolent energy. The memories of the night's events, the viscous crimson fluid, the whispers, the blinding flash of light, the unseen entity, flooded back with a sickening clarity. Arthur sat beside her, his face pale and drawn, his eyes haunted. He ran a hand through his disheveled hair, his movements slow and deliberate, as if afraid to break the fragile calm. "We need to get to the police," he finally said, his voice hoarse. "We need to tell someone what happened." Eleanor nodded, her throat tight with emotion. But even as she voiced her agreement, a wave of doubt washed over her. Would anyone believe them? The police, accustomed to dealing with more mundane crimes, would likely dismiss their story as the ramblings of two overwrought individuals, their imaginations fueled by gothic fiction and late-night horror movies. The thought was terrifying, not just because it threatened to leave them alone with the burden of their experience, but because it pointed to a chilling truth. Their encounter with the manor's darkness had stretched the boundaries of reality itself. They had witnessed things that defied explanation, things that shattered their understanding of the world. How could they possibly convince anyone of the truth? The rising sun painted the eastern sky with streaks of pale orange and pink, a stark contrast to the oppressive darkness they had just escaped. But even the beauty of the dawn couldn't dispel the lingering fear, the feeling of being watched, of being pursued by something unseen, something ancient and malevolent. As they walked towards the nearest town, the details of their experience began to coalesce in their minds, forming a fragmented tapestry of fear and mystery. They recalled the symbols etched into the ancient book, symbols that resonated with a deep, primordial fear. They remembered the rituals performed in the chapel, rituals that seemed designed to summon something unspeakable. They discussed the book itself, the unsettling texture of its cover, the chilling implications of its human skin binding. Their escape had been a desperate flight from an immediate danger, but the true horror lay in the knowledge that they had only scratched the surface of Blackwood Manor's dark secrets. The escape was only a temporary reprieve, a pause in a larger, more terrifying narrative. There were survivors, yes, but they were also witnesses, and the weight of their witness bore down on them with a crushing force. They reached the small town of Ashworth, its sleepy streets still hushed under the early morning mist. As they approached the police station, a sense of apprehension settled over them. Would they be believed? Would anyone take their story seriously? The thought of their harrowing night being dismissed, of their fears and experiences being trivialized, filled them with a despair that was almost as palpable as the fear itself. The officer who interviewed them listened with a mixture of skepticism and polite curiosity. He was a young man, clearly unfamiliar with cases of this nature, his expressions shifting between professional detachment and genuine bafflement as they recounted their ordeal. He questioned them meticulously, probing for inconsistencies, looking for clues that might reveal the nature of their fear. As Eleanor and Arthur described the manor's sinister atmosphere, the malevolent presence, and the book bound in human skin, the officer's skepticism wavered. He couldn't dismiss their story outright. There was a palpable sincerity in their accounts, a raw honesty in their eyes that spoke of a profound and deeply disturbing experience. He made notes, his pen scratching across the paper, his gaze fixed on their faces. He asked about the symbols, the rituals, the strange crimson fluid. He listened patiently as they recounted their desperate escape, their terror, their exhaustion. The interview lasted for hours, a slow unraveling of their terrifying night. By the end, the officer, though still understandably perplexed, was convinced of the genuineness of their experience. He promised to investigate, acknowledging that, while he might not fully understand what they had encountered, their story deserved to be taken seriously. As they left the police station, a sliver of hope pierced the darkness. They had been heard, acknowledged, believed. But even as a sense of relief washed over them, the shadow of Blackwood Manor lingered, a chilling reminder of the horrors they had faced and the larger mystery that remained unsolved. They had escaped the manor, but the manor's darkness, its secrets, its haunting legacy, continued to cast a long, chilling shadow over their lives. The escape was only the beginning. Their true ordeal had only just begun. The nightmare, it seemed, was far from over. They had escaped the immediate danger, but the insidious darkness of Blackwood Manor had burrowed its way into their hearts, leaving behind a lingering unease, a constant reminder of the unseen terrors that lurked just beyond the veil of reality. The fight was far from over. The manor's secrets still beckoned, whispering promises of further terror. And within the depths of that chilling silence, they knew the chilling reality. Their escape was a mere prelude to the next chapter of their ordeal. The shadow of Blackwood Manor was long and unrelenting. Story 4: The Whispering Woods. The air grew heavy, thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. The path, barely more than a deer trail, wound deeper into the heart of the Whispering Woods, the trees closing in like watchful sentinels. Sunlight, filtered through the dense canopy, cast an ethereal, unsettling glow on the forest floor, dappling the mossy ground in shifting patterns of light and shadow. Eleanor and Arthur, their escape from Blackwood Manor still raw and vivid in their minds, pressed on, their steps cautious, their senses heightened. The silence was unnerving, a profound absence of sound that amplified the rustling of leaves and the occasional snap of a twig underfoot, each tiny noise seeming to carry an ominous weight. The stories whispered in Ashworth, tales of disappearances and unexplained phenomena within these woods, echoed in their minds, adding a layer of palpable dread to their already fraught journey. They weren't just traversing a forest, they were walking into a labyrinth of fear, a place where the veil between worlds felt thin and fragile. The trees themselves seemed to exude an aura of malevolence. Their gnarled branches, twisted into grotesque shapes by centuries of wind and weather, reached out like skeletal fingers, their shadows stretching long and menacing across the path. The bark, thick and textured, bore strange markings that resembled ancient symbols, eerily similar to those they had seen in the book from Blackwood Manor. A shiver traced Eleanor's spine. The symbols seemed to pulse with a dark energy, resonating with a primal fear that transcended understanding. As they ventured deeper, the trees grew taller, their branches interlacing to form a dense, almost impenetrable canopy that blotted out the sun. Twilight descended prematurely, plunging them into a world of deepening shadows and whispering sounds. The air grew colder, a biting chill that seeped into their bones, a coldness that had nothing to do with the autumnal season and everything to do with the unsettling presence that seemed to permeate the forest itself. The whispers started subtly, almost imperceptible at first, like the rustling of leaves in a gentle breeze. But as they progressed, the whispers grew louder, more insistent, weaving themselves into a cacophony of indistinct murmurs and unintelligible voices. They seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere at once, swirling around them like a spectral chorus, their meaning elusive yet profoundly disturbing. Eleanor clutched Arthur's arm, her grip tight, her eyes wide with fear. The whispers were no longer just sounds, they were a palpable presence, a feeling of being watched, of being surrounded by something unseen, something ancient and malevolent. They felt a pressure on their minds, a subtle invasion of their thoughts, as if something was trying to penetrate their consciousness, to burrow its way into their very beings. Arthur, despite his own fear, tried to maintain a semblance of calm. "We need to stick together," he said, his voice barely a whisper, barely audible above the unsettling murmurs. "We need to keep moving." They continued their trek, their pace quickening, their hearts pounding in their chests. The path grew increasingly treacherous, the ground uneven and littered with fallen branches and slippery rocks. The darkness was absolute, broken only by the intermittent flashes of moonlight filtering through the dense foliage, casting stark, fleeting shadows that danced and writhed like phantoms. Suddenly, a blood-curdling shriek pierced the night, echoing through the trees, a sound that sent a wave of icy terror through Eleanor and Arthur. They froze, their bodies rigid with fear, listening intently, their breaths held captive in their chests. The shriek was followed by a series of guttural growls and unsettling scrapes, sounds that suggested a struggle, a violent confrontation somewhere in the impenetrable darkness. They exchanged a terrified look. The whispers intensified, seeming to converge on their location, their ominous murmurs growing into a deafening roar that resonated deep within their bones. A sense of dread, so profound and overwhelming it felt physical, constricted their chests, making it difficult to breathe. Driven by an instinct for survival, they turned and ran, their legs pumping, their lungs burning, their eyes darting nervously into the darkness, searching for any sign of the source of the horrifying sounds. The forest seemed to conspire against them, its treacherous terrain slowing their progress, its dense undergrowth snagging at their clothes, its shadows playing tricks on their eyes. They stumbled and fell, their bodies bruised and scratched, their clothes torn, but they pressed on, driven by a primal fear that outweighed the pain. They ran blindly, their only goal to escape the encroaching darkness, the sinister whispers, the terrifying sounds that hunted them from the shadows. The running continued for what seemed like an eternity, their bodies aching, their minds reeling, their senses overwhelmed by the intensity of their ordeal. They ran until they could run no more, collapsing onto the forest floor, their bodies trembling, their breaths ragged, their minds consumed by a chilling despair. The forest grew quiet, the whispers fading into a low hum, the unsettling sounds replaced by an oppressive silence that was almost worse. They lay there, exhausted and terrified, their bodies pressed close together for comfort, their minds struggling to comprehend the nightmarish experience they had just endured. As the first rays of dawn pierced the dense canopy, painting the forest floor in streaks of pale light, they slowly rose, their bodies aching, their minds numb with exhaustion and fear. They were alive, but the experience had left an indelible mark on their souls, a chilling reminder of the terrifying power of the Whispering Woods, a place where the darkness held sway, and the veil between worlds was thin indeed. They had escaped the immediate danger, but they knew, with a chilling certainty, that the woods held secrets they might never fully understand, secrets that would forever haunt their dreams. The escape was merely a temporary reprieve. The true horror, they sensed, was far from over. The forest held them in its silent grip, its mysteries still waiting to be unveiled. Their journey was far from finished, the whispers still lingering in the hushed spaces between the ancient trees. The whispering intensified, no longer a subtle rustling of leaves but a chorus of voices, indistinct yet chillingly close. They were no longer just sounds, they were a palpable presence, wrapping around them like icy tendrils, seeping into their very bones. Eleanor felt a prickling sensation on her skin, as if unseen fingers were tracing patterns across her arms and back. She squeezed her eyes shut, trying to block out the unsettling murmurs, but the whispers seemed to penetrate her eyelids, weaving themselves into the darkness behind her closed eyes. Arthur, his face pale in the dim light, tried to orient himself. The trees, once familiar in their menacing grandeur, now seemed to shift and twist, their forms blurring in the deepening twilight. The path, once discernible, had vanished, swallowed by the encroaching darkness. They were hopelessly lost, surrounded by an oppressive silence punctuated only by the relentless whispers. The air grew heavy, thick with a cloying sweetness that clashed violently with the earthy scent of decay, a sickeningly sweet perfume that seemed to emanate from the trees themselves. A strange disorientation settled upon them. The trees no longer seemed to be solid, rooted things. They appeared to writhe and sway, their branches reaching out like grasping claws. The ground beneath their feet felt unsteady, shifting and undulating as if the very earth were alive and breathing. The sense of being watched intensified, a feeling so profound it bordered on the physical, a pressure against their chests, a weight on their minds. They felt as though they were being observed by unseen eyes, multiple sets of eyes, eyes that pierced the darkness, eyes that burrowed into their very souls. The whispers changed, their tone shifting from indistinct murmurs to a low, guttural chanting. The words remained unintelligible, but the intent was clear: malice. A wave of pure, unadulterated evil washed over them, a palpable force that chilled them to the core. Eleanor gasped, a strangled sob escaping her lips. Arthur placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, but even his touch felt cold and distant, as if separated from her by a chasm of fear. They stumbled forward, blindly pushing through the undergrowth, their senses overwhelmed by the suffocating darkness and the ever-present whispers. Every shadow seemed to writhe with movement, every rustle of leaves sounded like a footstep, every snap of a twig amplified into a thunderclap. Their fear was no longer a rational response to external threats. It was a primal, gut-wrenching terror that seemed to emanate from the very fabric of the woods themselves. They tried to speak, to reassure each other, but their voices were swallowed by the incessant whispers. The forest seemed to absorb their words, leaving only an echo of their own panicked breaths. They were trapped, caught in a vortex of fear, hopelessly lost in a place where darkness and whispers reigned supreme. The trees, gnarled and ancient, seemed to close in around them, their branches intertwining to form a cage of shadows. Suddenly, a shape emerged from the darkness, a fleeting glimpse of something tall and gaunt, silhouetted against the meager moonlight. It moved with unnatural speed, its form shifting and indistinct, a phantom of the forest. Eleanor cried out, her voice lost in the cacophony of whispers, her hand instinctively reaching for Arthur's. He pulled her closer, their bodies pressed together in a desperate embrace, their fear a shared entity, a bond forged in the crucible of terror. The shape vanished as quickly as it appeared, leaving behind only a lingering sense of dread, a feeling of violated space, a knowledge that something had been close, something malevolent and unseen. The whispers intensified again, growing louder, closer, until they seemed to be emanating from within their own minds. They continued their desperate flight, their pace driven by an instinct for survival that transcended their exhaustion. The forest floor became a treacherous labyrinth of roots and fallen branches, their bodies battered and bruised, their clothes torn and muddy. Yet, they pressed on, fueled by the chilling realization that their escape was not simply a matter of finding a path. It was a desperate struggle against the encroaching darkness, against the insidious whispers, against the malevolent presence that stalked them from the shadows. As they stumbled through the darkness, they began to notice subtle changes in the whispers. The guttural chants became less prominent, replaced by a series of soft, almost musical tones. The sound was hauntingly beautiful, yet disturbingly eerie, like a siren's song promising oblivion. The disorientation deepened, the trees seeming to bend and twist in impossible angles, the ground shifting beneath their feet. Time itself seemed to warp, moments stretching into eternities, eternities collapsing into fleeting instants. They came to a clearing, a small, circular space where the trees retreated slightly, creating a pocket of relative calm. In the center of the clearing stood a single, ancient oak, its branches reaching skyward like gnarled fingers. The whispers, momentarily subdued, emanated from this tree, a low hum that seemed to vibrate through the very ground. As they approached the oak, they noticed strange markings carved into its bark, symbols similar to those they had seen in the Blackwood Manor book. These symbols pulsed with a faint light, casting an eerie glow upon the clearing. A sense of dread, a palpable weight, descended upon them. The whispers intensified once more, swirling around them, closing in, threatening to engulf them. The air grew colder still, the chill seeping into their bones, a coldness that went beyond the autumnal air. A mist began to roll in, obscuring their vision, making the already disorienting forest even more confusing. The mist carried a strange scent, a metallic tang that clung to the back of their throats, making it difficult to breathe. Suddenly, the mist began to swirl, coalescing into vague shapes, hinting at forms both human and monstrous. Shadows flickered within the swirling mist, dancing and shifting, creating illusions that played on their deepest fears. The whispers intensified into a deafening roar, a cacophony of voices that filled their minds, driving them to the edge of madness. Eleanor and Arthur clung to each other, their bodies trembling, their minds reeling. They had stumbled into the heart of the Whispering Woods, a place where reality fractured, where darkness reigned, and where the whispers promised oblivion. The clearing, once a haven of relative calm, now felt like a death trap, a place where the very air was saturated with malevolence. Their escape, it seemed, was far from certain. The forest held them captive, the whispers ensnaring them, the darkness threatening to consume them whole. The true terror, they realized, had only just begun. The whispers were no longer merely sounds, they were a living entity, drawing them deeper into the heart of the woods, to a fate they could scarcely imagine. The night was far from over, and the forest held its secrets close. Their ordeal was far from its terrifying conclusion. The whispers coalesced, no longer a chaotic chorus, but a single, chilling voice, weaving itself into their thoughts, slithering into their minds like a venomous serpent. It spoke not in words, but in sensations, a bone-deep chill that defied the autumnal air, a suffocating pressure on their chests, a gnawing dread that burrowed into their souls. Eleanor felt a searing pain in her temples, a pressure building behind her eyes as if her very skull were about to shatter. Arthur grasped her hand, his own fingers icy, his knuckles white with the effort of maintaining his composure. The trees themselves seemed to participate in this horrifying symphony. Their branches, gnarled and ancient, twisted and writhed as if animated by some unseen force, their leaves rustling in a rhythm that echoed the relentless whispers. The ground beneath their feet vibrated with a low hum, a subterranean tremor that resonated deep within their bones. They were not merely walking through a forest, They were traversing a living entity, a malevolent being that pulsed with a dark, unsettling energy. Shadows danced in the periphery, taking on fleeting, grotesque forms, distorted faces, skeletal limbs, writhing tentacles. They were not real, Eleanor knew, yet the sheer terror they instilled was undeniable. They were projections of their own deepest fears, amplified and magnified by the malevolent presence that surrounded them. The darkness seemed to press in on them, suffocating them, a tangible entity that threatened to consume them whole. A gust of wind, colder than anything they had ever experienced, swept through the clearing, carrying with it a wave of nausea and disorientation. The air grew heavy, thick with a stench of decay and something else, something metallic and acrid, like the scent of blood mixed with ozone. Eleanor gagged, her stomach churning with a sickening combination of fear and revulsion. Arthur supported her, his face etched with a grim determination, but even his strength seemed to be waning under the oppressive weight of the woods. As they struggled to regain their bearings, the whispers changed again, shifting from a single, chilling voice to a multitude of voices, each one whispering a different phrase, a different threat. The words were still unintelligible, but the sheer volume of them, their relentless repetition, began to erode their sanity. They felt their minds fraying at the edges, their thoughts becoming muddled and fragmented, their perceptions distorted. The ground beneath them began to shift and undulate, as if the earth itself were restless, churning with some subterranean force. They stumbled, their legs giving way beneath them, falling to their knees in the cold, damp earth. The whispers intensified, filling their minds, driving them to the brink of madness. In the distance, a faint light flickered. Hope, fragile and fleeting, ignited within them. They struggled to their feet, their bodies aching, their minds reeling, and staggered towards the light. As they approached, the source of the light became clear, a small, ramshackle cabin, half hidden amongst the trees. Smoke curled from its chimney, a promise of warmth and refuge. As they reached the cabin, the door swung open, revealing a figure standing in the doorway. The figure was tall and gaunt, its features obscured by the shadows, but its eyes burned with an unnatural light. It did not speak, but its presence radiated an aura of ancient malevolence, a chilling power that dwarfed even the oppressive energy of the forest itself. It beckoned them inside, its gesture slow and deliberate, as if it had all the time in the world. Hesitation warred with desperation within them. The forest was a horrifying place, but the figure standing before them was even more terrifying. Yet, the promise of refuge, of escape from the relentless whispers, was too tempting to resist. With a shared look of trepidation, Eleanor and Arthur stepped across the threshold, into the unknown. The cabin was dark and damp, the air thick with the scent of wood smoke and something else, something earthy and musty, a smell that hinted at age and decay. The only light came from a flickering fire in the hearth, casting long, dancing shadows on the walls. The figure led them to two rickety chairs, its presence still radiating that unsettling sense of malevolence. It remained silent, observing them, its eyes glowing with an unsettling intensity. A strange sense of calm settled over them, a calm that was more unsettling than the previous chaos. The whispers were gone, replaced by a heavy, suffocating silence. It was the silence of anticipation, the quiet before the storm, the lull before the final plunge into darkness. The feeling was worse than the terror they had experienced in the woods. It was an expectant silence. The figure raised its hand, a gesture that seemed to draw the very air from their lungs. Eleanor and Arthur felt a crushing pressure on their chests, as if their lungs were collapsing. Their vision blurred, and their minds began to spin. They struggled to catch their breath, their bodies trembling violently, and then, silence. A profound, soul-crushing silence. The silence stretched into an eternity, unbroken and absolute. It was a silence that held no promise of respite, no hint of hope. It was a silence that spoke of oblivion. Then, a single, raspy whisper, barely audible, pierced the silence. "Welcome," it said, the voice devoid of any warmth, any hint of humanity, "to your final resting place." The darkness seemed to deepen, the cabin itself seeming to shrink, contract, as if sucked into a vortex of nothingness. Eleanor and Arthur found themselves enveloped in an absolute, consuming darkness. There was no sound, no sensation, no thought. Only darkness. A darkness that held not simply absence of light, but an absence of everything. The whispering woods had finally claimed them, swallowed them whole, leaving behind only the chilling echo of their screams, screams that were never heard. Their story ended not with a bang, but with a whisper, a final, chilling breath swallowed by the darkness. The darkness that had always been there, waiting. The forest, silent now, stood as a monument to their demise, a testament to the insidious power of the whispers, a chilling reminder of the horrors that lurk in the shadows, waiting for the unwary. The ancient trees, bearing witness to countless tragedies, continued to stand sentinel, their branches swaying gently in the night breeze, a symphony of death played on the wind. And the whispers? They continued, eternally weaving their chilling song, waiting for their next victims to stumble into the heart of the whispering woods. The woods waited, always waited. The cabin's interior, initially offering a deceptive sense of refuge, proved to be as menacing as the woods outside. The flickering firelight cast grotesque shadows that danced and writhed like the branches of the trees, their movements mirroring the unsettling energy that still clung to them. The silence, heavy and oppressive, was punctuated only by the crackling of the fire and the occasional groan of the ancient timbers. The gaunt figure, its face still obscured by shadow, remained motionless, observing them with unnerving intensity. Its eyes, glowing with an unnatural light, seemed to pierce their souls, reading their every fear, every doubt. The air grew colder, a chilling dampness permeating the cabin, despite the warmth of the fire. Eleanor shivered, pulling her thin coat tighter around her, a futile attempt to ward off the creeping cold that seeped into her bones. Arthur, ever the pragmatist, tried to assess their situation. The cabin was sparsely furnished, containing little more than 2 rickety chairs, a rough-hewn table, and a dilapidated bed in the corner. There were no windows, only a solid wooden door that seemed impossibly strong, almost ancient. The overall impression was one of confinement, of entrapment. They were trapped, not only in the cabin, but in a terrifying game of cat and mouse with a force far older and more powerful than themselves. Suddenly, the fire sputtered and died, plunging the cabin into near-total darkness. The only light came from the faint, ethereal glow emanating from the figure's eyes, eyes that seemed to burn with an infernal light. A low growl, guttural and animalistic, resonated from the depths of the cabin, shaking the very foundations of the structure. The growl was not human, it was something ancient, primal, something that echoed the sinister heart of the whispering woods. Panic threatened to overwhelm them. Eleanor gasped, clutching Arthur's hand, her fingers digging into his flesh. Arthur squeezed her hand in response, his grip firm and reassuring, yet his face betrayed his own mounting fear. They were alone, trapped in the darkness with a creature whose intentions were clearly malevolent. The darkness was not simply the absence of light, it was a tangible entity, pressing in on them, suffocating them. They could feel it, see it, a viscous, black liquid that seemed to writhe and coil around them, attempting to bind them, to consume them. The air grew thick, heavy with the scent of decay, of blood, and of something else, something ancient and foul, a smell that spoke of unspeakable horrors. Then it began. A low hum, a vibration that started in their bones and spread throughout their bodies. The cabin itself seemed to vibrate, the timbers groaning under the strain of an unseen force. The humming intensified, building into a crescendo that threatened to shatter their eardrums. The shadows in the corner began to swirl, to take shape, forming grotesque figures that seemed to writhe and twist in silent agony. Eleanor screamed, a primal, desperate sound that was swallowed by the oppressive silence. Arthur, his face contorted with effort, fought against the encroaching darkness, desperately trying to maintain his grip on reality. The humming intensified, becoming almost unbearable, a symphony of destruction that resonated deep within their souls. They felt their minds fraying, their thoughts becoming fragmented, their perceptions distorted. They were attacked not with physical weapons, but with something far more insidious, a psychic assault that targeted their minds, their wills, their very essence. The darkness seemed to probe, to penetrate, seeking out their deepest fears, their most vulnerable points. Images flashed before their eyes, images of death, of torture, of unspeakable horrors. The voices returned, no longer whispers but screams, a cacophony of terror that threatened to drive them mad. Despite the unimaginable horrors, a spark of defiance ignited within them. Arthur, drawing on some deep reservoir of strength, pulled Eleanor close, shielding her from the onslaught. He focused his mind, channeling his energy, creating a mental shield against the psychic attack. It was a desperate measure, a last stand against the encroaching darkness, but it was all they had. The battle raged within the confines of the small cabin, a silent, unseen conflict between two opposing forces, the malevolent entity and the indomitable will of two human beings. The darkness pressed in, relentless, merciless, but Arthur and Eleanor fought back, their determination fueled by a desperate need to survive. The psychic assault continued for what felt like an eternity, an endless barrage of terror and despair. Their bodies ached, their minds reeled, but they held on, clinging to each other, clinging to the fragile thread of hope that still remained. Then, as suddenly as it began, the assault ceased. Silence descended upon the cabin, a silence heavier and more terrifying than the chaos that had preceded it. The darkness receded, but the experience had left its mark. Eleanor and Arthur lay slumped against each other, exhausted, their bodies trembling, their minds reeling. The fire had rekindled, casting a pale, flickering light that revealed the extent of their ordeal. They were bruised, battered, but alive. They had survived. For now. The figure remained in the shadows, its glowing eyes observing them with a chilling mixture of curiosity and amusement. Its silence was more terrifying than any scream. The woods, still waiting, held a lingering silence. The fight was far from over. The whispering woods had merely paused. The game continued. The silence that followed the cessation of the psychic assault was a heavy, suffocating blanket. It pressed down on them, more terrifying than the cacophony of screams and the writhing shadows that had preceded it. Arthur and Eleanor lay huddled together, their breaths ragged, their bodies trembling. The firelight, weak and flickering, cast long, dancing shadows that mimicked the relentless movement of the trees outside. They were alive, miraculously alive, but the cost of their survival was etched deep into their souls. Eleanor's eyes, wide and haunted, darted nervously towards the darkness where the figure had remained. The glowing eyes, the only visible sign of its presence, were gone. Had it vanished? Or was it merely biding its time, playing a sinister game of patience? The thought sent a shiver down her spine, a cold that no fire could ever banish. The scent of decay and blood, that sickeningly sweet odor of ancient evil, still lingered in the air, a constant reminder of their brush with death. Arthur, his face pale and drawn, struggled to his feet. His muscles ached, his body felt heavy and leaden, and a throbbing headache pulsed behind his eyes. He reached out to Eleanor, his hand trembling slightly as he helped her to stand. Her touch was icy, her body rigid with lingering fear. The experience had left an indelible mark on both of them, a scar that would never fully heal. As they cautiously moved towards the cabin door, the old wood groaning beneath their weight, they could hear the whispering woods outside, a faint, sibilant murmur that seemed to permeate the very air they breathed. It was a sound that spoke of ancient secrets, of unspeakable horrors, a sound that would forever haunt their dreams. They had survived the psychic onslaught, but the woods still held them captive. They were not free. The door, heavy and resistant, creaked open with a sound like a mournful sigh. The cold night air rushed into the cabin, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. The moon, a sliver of silver in the inky blackness, cast long, distorted shadows that danced and writhed like the branches of the trees, their movements mirroring the unsettling energy that still clung to them. Emerging into the woods, they were immediately enveloped by a chilling dampness. The darkness was absolute, broken only by the occasional flicker of moonlight filtering through the dense canopy. The trees, twisted and gnarled, seemed to reach out to them like skeletal fingers, their branches clawing at the sky. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, sent a jolt of fear through their hearts. They moved cautiously, their senses heightened, their every step measured and deliberate. Arthur, taking the lead, held a long, sharp branch as a makeshift weapon, his eyes constantly scanning the shadows. Eleanor clung to his arm, her steps hesitant, her fear palpable. The silence of the woods was broken only by their own labored breathing and the rustling of leaves under their feet. The escape felt like a slow, agonizing crawl. Every shadow seemed to conceal a lurking menace, every sound whispered of impending danger. The ground was uneven and treacherous, their feet tripping over roots and fallen branches. They stumbled through thickets of thorny bushes, their clothes torn and scratched, their bodies bruised and battered. The woods, they realized, were not just a place, they were a living entity, a malevolent presence that seemed intent on keeping them trapped within its confines. The memory of the psychic assault hung heavy in the air, a palpable weight that pressed down on them, threatening to overwhelm their senses. The images, the sounds, the overwhelming feeling of despair, all threatened to return, dragging them back to the horrors they had barely escaped. Hours passed. They walked through what seemed like an eternity of darkness and fear. The sense of foreboding was relentless. They expected to encounter the malevolent entity at every turn, to be plunged back into that nightmarish psychic battle. Hope, once a flickering candle in their hearts, threatened to be extinguished by the pervasive gloom. Then, through the dense canopy of trees, they saw it, a faint, glimmering light in the distance. It was a beacon of hope, a promise of safety. With renewed determination, they pushed forward, their pace quickening. The light, which they realized was a distant house, seemed to pull them towards it, promising respite from the darkness. As they drew closer, they saw that the house was small and dilapidated, but its windows seemed to beckon them onward, like friendly eyes in a world of shadow and malice. It wasn't the safe haven they had dreamt of. It was old, weathered, and clearly showing signs of neglect, but in that moment, it represented escape, salvation. As they finally stumbled onto the clearing, exhausted and bleeding, the light from the house seemed more intense, more reassuring. It wasn't just a light, it was a promise of warmth, of shelter, a chance to recover from their ordeal. They collapsed near the porch, their bodies racked with exhaustion. They didn't know who lived there, nor what awaited them. But at that moment, the terror of the Whispering Woods was replaced by a different kind of apprehension. They were safe, for now, from the creature, yet the encounter had irrevocably changed them. The woods had taken a piece of their souls. The house was silent, and they waited, listening to the silence for any sign that they had stumbled into another trap. The silence seemed to press in on them, suffocating yet strangely comforting compared to the constant murmuring of the woods. Eventually, a light flickered from within, then the door creaked open, revealing a woman who looked as though she had aged far beyond her years. Her face held a mixture of compassion and wary skepticism. She regarded them with an expression that spoke of long experience with unexpected guests. Her eyes held the depth and weariness of someone who had seen much sorrow, someone who seemed to understand the horrors that lurked just beyond the clearing. As they sat on the porch, too weak to stand and go inside, the woman watched them, a silent observer. She didn't rush to help, didn't speak, but there was a quiet strength about her that offered a sense of reassurance. It wasn't the gentle kindness of a mother or the bustling assistance of a friend. It was the stoic acceptance of someone who had seen what they had seen, someone who understood the horrors they carried within. The silent understanding was more comforting than any words could have been. They were not alone in their trauma. The next morning, they found themselves clothed in borrowed garments and fed a hearty breakfast. The woman, who introduced herself simply as Alara, did not ask about their story. It wasn't needed. Her eyes held the wisdom of centuries, filled with an unspoken understanding of the darkness that resided in the woods. The unspoken understanding made their confession unnecessary. Their escape was more than just physical. It was an escape from the grasp of the unknown, an escape into a haven of silent empathy. They had escaped the woods, but they would never escape the memories. The Whispering Woods, with its ancient evil, would forever remain etched in their minds, a haunting reminder of their harrowing encounter with something far older and far more powerful than themselves. They had survived, but they were changed, forever marked by the terrifying beauty and the unspeakable horrors of the Whispering Woods. The woods might be behind them, but the memories, the chilling whispers, would continue to haunt them long after they had left Alara's quiet haven. The game might be over, but the scars remained. Story 5: The Cursed Artifact. The chipped obsidian gleamed under the harsh fluorescent lights of the museum's storage room, its surface cool to the touch. Dr. Alastair Finch, curator of antiquities, traced the intricate carvings with a gloved finger, a shiver running down his spine despite the warmth of the room. This wasn't just another artifact. This was the Serpent's Eye, a relic unearthed from a forgotten crypt in the Egyptian desert, a discovery shrouded in mystery and whispered warnings of a terrible curse. The whispers had followed the artifact's journey, a low hum of dread that seemed to permeate the air around it. Even the seasoned archaeologists who'd handled it before had spoken of unsettling dreams, inexplicable chills, and a pervasive sense of being watched. Alastair, a man of science, naturally dismissed these claims as superstitious nonsense, but as he held the obsidian piece in his hands, a prickle of unease settled deep within him. The carvings depicted a serpent coiled around a sun disk, its eyes, twin pools of polished obsidian, staring out with an unnerving intensity. They seemed to follow his every movement, a subtle shift in the reflection of the lights, a phantom movement in the shadowed recesses of the stone. Alastair felt a cold sweat break on his forehead, a feeling wholly unconnected to the museum's notoriously unreliable air conditioning. The museum was silent, save for the rhythmic tick-tock of a grandfather clock in the hall and the occasional distant hum of the city outside. Yet, in the stillness, Alastair felt a presence, a subtle pressure, a distortion in the fabric of reality. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, yet it gnawed at his rational mind, creating a sense of disquiet he couldn't explain. He tried to rationalize it: fatigue, a trick of the light, the effect of having spent weeks poring over ancient texts. But the feeling persisted, a cold, slithering unease that settled deep in the pit of his stomach. As he carefully placed the Serpent's Eye back into its protective case, a tremor ran through the room. It wasn't a large tremor, barely perceptible, but it was enough to make the ancient sarcophagus in the adjacent bay creak ominously. The sound echoed in the vast room, amplifying the growing unease Alastair was experiencing. He felt a sudden chill, a prickling sensation on the back of his neck, and a strange metallic tang in the air, like the faint scent of blood. He quickly dismissed it as his imagination, the byproduct of hours spent immersed in the shadows of antiquity, but a seed of doubt had been planted, taking root in the fertile ground of his unease. The next few days were filled with a growing sense of disquiet. He found himself constantly looking over his shoulder, startled by sudden noises, and plagued by disturbing dreams filled with twisting shadows and the relentless gaze of the obsidian serpent. He brushed these occurrences aside, reasoning that the pressure of his work, the constant exposure to the darker side of history, was getting to him. But the disturbances escalated. Objects began to move in his office, books fell from shelves, papers were scattered across his desk as if a phantom hand had disturbed them. His colleagues, initially dismissing his concerns as fatigue, began to report similar strange incidents. The museum itself felt different, heavy, oppressive, as if it was struggling to contain a dark force. The very air seemed charged with an unsettling energy, thick and heavy, like a humid summer night before a storm. Then came the nightmares. They were visceral and terrifying, vivid portrayals of ancient rituals and unspeakable horrors, the whispers and shadows of the serpent's eye bleeding into his dreams. He saw himself trapped within a dark, labyrinthine crypt, surrounded by the mummified remains of long-dead pharaohs, the serpent's eye pulsing with malevolent energy. He felt the cold touch of decay on his skin, heard the whispers of ancient curses, and smelled the cloying sweetness of death. He woke up screaming, his heart pounding, drenched in cold sweat. The line between dream and reality blurred. The museum, when he looked at it, felt eerily similar to the crypt from his dreams. The mounting evidence was undeniable. The serpent's eye was not just an artifact, it was a conduit, a gateway to something ancient and malevolent. The unsettling events within the museum were not mere coincidences, they were manifestations of a curse, a dark energy unleashed by the awakening of the ancient relic. Alistair, despite his scientific background, was forced to confront the terrifying possibility that the whispers were true. The curse was real, and it was growing stronger. He needed to understand the nature of the curse, to find a way to contain the dark force that had been unleashed. The serpent's eye, once a fascinating artifact, had transformed into a terrifying harbinger of doom, a testament to the darkness that lurked beneath the surface of history. He started researching the origins of the artifact, delving into forgotten texts and obscure historical accounts. He discovered that the serpent's eye wasn't just a decorative piece, it was a key, a ritualistic object used in ancient Egyptian funerary rites, a conduit for powerful dark energies. The text spoke of a forgotten god, a deity of shadows and death, whose power had been bound within the obsidian stone for millennia. The excavation, it seemed, had inadvertently released that ancient power. The research was unsettling, revealing terrifying details about the rituals and sacrifices associated with the serpent's eye. The more he learned, the more he realized the gravity of his situation. The curse wasn't just affecting the museum, it was spreading, seeping into the city itself. The once familiar streets felt alien, haunted, as if the city itself was consumed by a creeping shadow. His nights were consumed by a ceaseless cycle of terror. Sleep offered no respite, only a plunge into the dark abyss of his recurring nightmares. The shadows in his dreams became more vivid, the whispers louder, the sense of impending doom heavier. He started to see things, fleeting glimpses of serpentine shadows in the corners of his eyes, a feeling of being watched, followed, by something ancient and malevolent. He tried to dismiss these sensations as stress, exhaustion, the cumulative effect of his research, but the insidious feeling of dread remained, growing stronger each day. He found himself isolated, his colleagues avoiding him, their eyes filled with a mixture of fear and pity. His once rational mind was teetering on the edge of madness, struggling to reconcile the scientific with the supernatural. He knew, with a chilling certainty, that he was alone in his fight against an ancient and terrifying evil, a curse that threatened to consume him, the museum, and ultimately the entire city. The serpent's eye was more than just a cursed artifact, it was the key to a terrifying gateway, and Alistair was caught in its inexorable grip. The end, he realized with a growing sense of dread, was closer than he thought. The weight of history, the terrible power of the ancient gods, bore down on him. He was alone in this battle, and his only weapon was his will, his intellect, and his rapidly diminishing hope. The unsettling events weren't subtle anymore. They were blatant, a horrifying ballet of the supernatural unfolding within the hallowed halls of the museum. One morning, Alistair arrived to find the entire Egyptian exhibit shrouded in an unnatural darkness, the air thick with the stench of decay, a smell that clung to the back of his throat and refused to be dislodged. The darkness wasn't the absence of light, it was a presence, a palpable entity that seemed to press against him, suffocating and oppressive. The sarcophagi, usually silent and stoic, emanated a low, guttural humming, a sound that vibrated through the floor and up into his bones. He found Dr. Eleanor Vance, his usually composed colleague, huddled in a corner, her face pale and drawn, muttering incoherently about whispering voices and shadows that danced in the periphery of her vision. She spoke of feeling a cold, clammy touch on her arm, a sensation that left her chilled to the bone despite the summer heat that hung heavy in the air. Her eyes, usually bright and intelligent, were wide and haunted, reflecting the terror that gripped her. The strangeness extended beyond the Egyptian exhibit. In the Victorian-era room, the porcelain dolls seemed to have shifted position, their vacant eyes following Alistair as he moved. A chilling giggle echoed through the room, a sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, a sound that curdled the blood in his veins. In the medieval section, suits of armor shifted, their metallic limbs clanking against the stone floor as if animated by an unseen force. The disturbances weren't limited to inanimate objects. Alistair witnessed fleeting apparitions, ghostly figures shimmering at the edges of his vision, figures he could never quite focus on, yet whose presence left him trembling. He heard whispers, barely audible, yet chillingly clear, carried on the stagnant air, words in a language he couldn't understand, yet felt deep in his bones. These weren't simple noises, they were insidious, weaving their way into his thoughts, planting seeds of doubt and fear. He tried to document everything, meticulously noting the times, the locations, the nature of each occurrence, hoping to find some pattern, some rational explanation. But logic offered no solace. The events defied reason, defying every scientific principle he had ever learned. His notes became a chaotic jumble of observations, a testament to the unraveling of his sanity. Nightmares became more frequent, more vivid, more terrifying. They weren't mere dreams, they were invasions, the serpent's eye's influence seeping into his subconscious, twisting his thoughts, shaping his fears. He was drowning in a sea of darkness, surrounded by grotesque figures that mirrored the carvings on the obsidian stone, their eyes burning with malevolent intent. He was haunted by the chilling laughter of unseen entities and the whispers of a forgotten language that spoke of sacrifice and death. One night, the nightmare was particularly intense. He found himself standing in a vast, desolate landscape, a windswept expanse of sand and rock under a blood-red sky. The air was heavy with the stench of death and decay. Before him loomed a towering monolith, covered in ancient hieroglyphs, pulsating with an ominous, internal light. The serpent's eye was embedded within the monolith, its obsidian surface gleaming with an unholy light, a gateway to something ancient and terrifying. He felt a pull, an irresistible force drawing him towards the monolith. As he approached, the ground trembled, and the sand around him swirled into a vortex of dark energy. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, urging him forward. He felt a cold dread grip his heart, the sense of impending doom almost unbearable. He knew, with a chilling certainty, that whatever awaited him beyond the monolith was beyond comprehension, beyond his ability to resist. He awoke in a cold sweat, his heart pounding in his chest, the echoes of the nightmare still ringing in his ears. The room was shrouded in an unnatural darkness, identical to the darkness that had consumed the Egyptian exhibit. He felt a cold presence in the room, a palpable sense of being watched, of being surrounded by something ancient and malevolent. He tried to rationalize it, to tell himself it was just a nightmare, a product of his overactive imagination, the culmination of stress and sleepless nights. But the feeling persisted, growing stronger with each passing hour. The museum felt different, heavier, more oppressive. The air crackled with an unseen energy, thick and suffocating, a storm brewing within the walls. Days bled into nights, a blur of fear, exhaustion, and escalating supernatural events. He couldn't eat, couldn't sleep, his mind consumed by a constant barrage of terror. He found himself increasingly isolated, his colleagues either avoiding him or looking at him with a mixture of fear and pity. He was alone, trapped in a nightmare of his own making, caught in the suffocating grip of an ancient curse. The climax arrived unexpectedly. During a late-night research session, poring over ancient texts, a violent tremor shook the museum, throwing books from shelves and shattering display cases. The lights flickered and died, plunging the museum into absolute darkness. In that darkness, Alistair felt a presence, cold and immense, a feeling of something vast and ancient unfolding itself within the museum. A cacophony of sounds filled the void, the screech of metal, the shattering of glass, the guttural humming of the sarcophagi intensified to a deafening roar. He felt a cold, slithering sensation crawling up his leg, a physical manifestation of the curse, the serpent's eye's influence reaching out, claiming him as its own. He stumbled through the darkness, his heart hammering against his ribs, the air thick with a chilling presence. He felt the cold touch of something spectral on his skin, saw fleeting glimpses of serpentine shadows dancing at the edge of his vision. The whispers intensified, morphing into a chorus of voices, a chorus of unspeakable horror. The darkness seemed to pulse, to breathe, and within its depths, Alistair saw it, a terrifying, serpentine form, its eyes burning with an unholy light, its body writhing with malevolent energy. It was the embodiment of the curse, the forgotten god unleashed from the depths of the obsidian stone. He understood then, with a chilling certainty, that he was facing not just a curse, but something far older, something far more sinister. The serpent's eye was a key, but the door it opened led to a realm beyond human comprehension, a realm of ancient horrors beyond imagining. The fight for his life, for the life of the museum, for the life of the city, had truly begun. The ancient darkness had awakened, and the end was at hand. His fate, and the fate of many others, hung precariously in the balance, suspended between the realms of the living and the dead, a victim of the unyielding grip of an ancient curse. The chilling reality of the curse had fully manifested, leaving Alistair desperately fighting for survival against a power far beyond human comprehension. The tremor that shook the museum was more than just an earthquake. It was a convulsive shudder of the earth itself, a physical manifestation of the curse's awakening. Dust rained from the crumbling ceiling, plaster fragments like skeletal remains falling upon the already chaotic scene. The scent of decay, once localized to the Egyptian exhibit, now permeated the entire building, a miasma of death and ancient evil. Alistair, amidst the chaos, stumbled towards the Egyptian exhibit, driven by a morbid curiosity that warred with his overwhelming terror. He had to understand. He had to know the source of this horrifying onslaught. He navigated the debris-strewn hallways, his heart a frantic drum against his ribs, the chilling whispers weaving themselves into the cacophony of crumbling stone and shattering glass. He reached the exhibit, the darkness deeper here than anywhere else, a void that seemed to swallow the faint moonlight filtering through the shattered windows. The sarcophagi, once silent, now throbbed with a malevolent energy, their surfaces pulsing with an eerie, internal light. Hieroglyphs, previously indecipherable, seemed to writhe and shift before his eyes, forming and reforming into terrifying images of serpentine creatures and vengeful gods. It was then he saw it, nestled within the largest sarcophagus, bathed in an unnatural luminescence, was the serpent's eye. Not just the obsidian stone, but something else. A subtle shift in its surface, a pulsing, almost breathing quality revealed a hidden cavity. The obsidian had been a casing, a protective shell for something far more terrible. With trembling hands, Alistair carefully pried open the cavity. Within, nestled on a bed of what looked like desiccated human flesh, lay a small, intricately carved amulet. It was made of a dark, metallic substance, its surface covered in intricate carvings depicting scenes of ritual sacrifice and unspeakable horrors. The amulet pulsed with a faint, internal light, its energy seeping out in waves that felt both intensely hot and chillingly cold. A wave of nausea washed over him as he touched the amulet. A torrent of images flooded his mind, visions of a forgotten civilization, a brutal empire ruled by a serpent god, a relentless cycle of human sacrifice to appease a monstrous entity. He saw priests, their faces contorted in ecstasy and terror, performing dark rituals under a blood-red moon. He saw the faces of victims, their screams echoing through eternity. He saw the construction of the museum itself, built inadvertently atop the ancient temple where these rituals took place, unknowingly awakening a force that had slumbered for millennia. The amulet was the key, not just to unlocking the obsidian stone, but to unleashing the full fury of the curse. It was a focus point, an anchor for the terrifying entity that now stalked the halls of the museum, and Alistair held it in his hands. His initial fear was replaced by a strange sense of urgency, a desperate need to understand the artifact's history, to find a way to break the curse before it consumed everything. He knew he needed to decipher the hieroglyphs, to unravel the secrets of the serpent god and the rituals that bound it to the amulet. He spent the next few days in a feverish search for answers, poring over ancient texts, deciphering cryptic inscriptions, piecing together the fragments of a horrifying history. He learned of the serpent god, Apophis, a being of pure chaos and destruction, worshipped by a secretive cult who believed they could harness its power. The rituals they performed were grotesque, involving human sacrifice and the channeling of dark energies. The amulet, he discovered, was an instrument of this dark worship, a conduit through which Apophis could manifest itself in the physical world. The cult, he learned, had built a temple dedicated to Apophis, a temple that had been intentionally buried to prevent the god's return. But the museum, built on the sacred ground, had inadvertently disturbed the ancient site, awakening the dormant entity and releasing it from its prison. The amulet, Alistair now understood, was a physical manifestation of the god's power, a beacon drawing Apophis into our world. The obsidian stone had been a desperate attempt to contain the amulet's power, to hold back the entity, but the tremor had weakened the containment, freeing the god. His research revealed the only possible way to break the curse, a ritual of counter-sacrifice, a reversal of the dark rites used to summon Apophis. The ritual was incredibly dangerous, requiring a profound understanding of Apophis's nature and an unwavering resolve to face the terrifying entity itself. Failure would mean complete annihilation, not just of the museum, but possibly the entire city. He found a hidden chamber beneath the museum, a place untouched by the construction, a relic of the ancient temple. Inside, he found additional artifacts, more clues to the ritual, including a fragmented scroll detailing the counter-sacrifice. The scroll was incomplete, parts eaten away by time and decay, but Alistair managed to decipher enough to understand the basic components of the ritual. He needed 3 specific items: a sacred chalice from the temple ruins, a sprig of the rare nightshade blossom, said to possess properties that could counteract Apophis's dark energy, and a sacrifice, not a human life, but something of immense symbolic importance to the cult of Apophis. The race against time began. He searched frantically for the chalice and the nightshade blossom, his every action guided by the grim knowledge that the longer he waited, the more powerful Apophis would become. The whispers in his ears intensified, morphing into a chorus of mocking laughter, a symphony of despair. He felt the cold, slithering presence of Apophis ever closer, the weight of its malevolent energy pressing down on him. He discovered the chalice hidden within a mummified priest's sarcophagus, its surface covered in cryptic symbols. The nightshade blossom was more elusive, a single flower said to bloom only under the light of a blood moon, its petals radiating a faint, ethereal glow. But the blood moon was imminent, rising over the horizon, painting the sky in a terrifying crimson hue. As for the sacrifice, Alistair realized the answer lay within the amulet itself. The amulet was not merely a conduit, but a physical representation of Apophis's power, a symbol of his dominion. Destroying the amulet would be a symbolic sacrifice, a severing of the link between the god and our world. Armed with the chalice, the nightshade blossom, and the grim determination to face the ancient evil head-on, Alistair prepared himself for the ritual. The museum lay in ruins around him, a testament to Apophis's growing power. He felt the ground tremble beneath him, the very fabric of reality groaning under the strain of the god's presence. The final confrontation loomed, the climax of a battle against an entity that had existed long before humanity, a struggle between ancient evil and the desperate hope for survival. The fate of the museum, perhaps even the city, hung in the balance, resting on the fragile shoulders of a man armed only with courage, knowledge, and the desperate hope of a successful ritual. The ancient darkness was at its peak, and Alistair stood ready to confront the impossible. The blood moon hung heavy in the bruised sky, casting an eerie crimson glow over the ravaged museum. Dust motes danced in the moonlight, filtering through shattered windows, illuminating the chaos within. Alistair, his face streaked with grime and exhaustion, stood in the heart of the ruined Egyptian exhibit, the shattered sarcophagi surrounding him like the skeletal remains of fallen gods. He clutched the chalice, its ancient surface cold against his trembling hand, the nightshade blossom, fragile and luminous, nestled within its ornate curves. The amulet, the source of the curse, lay before him on a makeshift altar of broken pottery and pulverized stone. It pulsed with a malevolent energy, its dark metallic surface throbbing with an inner light that seemed to mock his desperate efforts. The air itself crackled with power, the silence broken only by the rhythmic drip of water from a fractured pipe and the insidious whispers that slithered from the shadows, weaving insidious tales of doom and despair. He had deciphered enough of the fragmented scroll to understand the ritual, but doubts gnawed at him. The counter-sacrifice was a perilous dance with oblivion. A single misstep could plunge him, and perhaps the entire city, into the abyss. He reviewed the steps in his mind, each one a precarious step closer to the precipice of oblivion. First, he had to consecrate the chalice, cleansing it of any residual impurities that might interfere with the ritual's delicate balance. The process involved chanting ancient incantations, their meaning as obscure as the ritual itself, yet their power palpable in the tingling energy that coursed through his veins. The incantations, drawn from the fragmented scrolls, were a macabre symphony of guttural sounds and whispered prayers, a desperate plea to forces far older than humanity itself. As he chanted, the air around him vibrated, the very stones beneath his feet seeming to resonate with the ancient power. The whispers intensified, morphing into a chorus of mocking laughter, a cacophony of voices that echoed the horrors of Apophis's reign. He felt the cold presence of the serpent god pressing down on him, a suffocating weight that threatened to crush him beneath its monstrous power. Next, he had to prepare the nightshade blossom. Its ethereal glow pulsed with a counter-energy, a light that seemed to fight against the oppressive darkness of the amulet. He carefully crushed the delicate petals, releasing their potent essence into the chalice, the resulting mixture shimmering with a spectral luminescence. The scent was intoxicating, a heady mix of sweetness and decay, a fragrance that hinted at both life and death. Then came the most terrifying part, the destruction of the amulet. He held the cursed artifact in his hands, feeling the raw power thrumming against his skin, a potent force that seemed to reach into his very soul. The images flooded back, relentless visions of blood, sacrifice, and the unspeakable horrors of Apophis's cult. He saw the faces of the victims, their eyes filled with terror and despair, their screams echoing across the millennia. He closed his eyes, steeling his resolve. This was not a mere artifact. It was a representation of Apophis's dominion, a gateway to its horrifying presence. Destroying it would sever the link, break the curse, and send the serpent god back into its ancient slumber. With a deep breath, he raised the amulet above the chalice, the nightshade-infused liquid shimmering beneath its malevolent glow. He felt a strange sense of calm descend over him, replacing the terror with a fierce determination. He would not surrender. He would not fail. The final incantation was a guttural cry, a desperate plea to the forgotten gods, a desperate prayer for salvation. As he uttered the words, the amulet began to glow with an incandescent light, its surface writhing with serpentine shapes. The air crackled, the earth trembled, and a wave of pure energy washed over him, threatening to shatter his very being. The amulet shattered, exploding into 1,000 fragments that scattered across the floor, leaving behind only a faint, lingering scent of sulfur and decay. The air cleared, the oppressive weight lifted, the whispers silenced. A profound silence descended, broken only by the soft drip of water and the distant sounds of sirens. The earth stilled. The whispers ceased. The crimson glow of the blood moon seemed to dim, its fierce light replaced by the soft glow of the rising sun. Alistair collapsed, his body trembling with exhaustion, his mind reeling from the ordeal. He had survived. He had broken the curse. He looked around at the devastated museum, the remnants of a night of terror. The ancient evil had been banished, its hold on the city broken. Yet, the scars remained, a chilling reminder of the power of ancient curses and the desperate measures required to defeat them. The silence, however, was different now. It was the silence of peace, of a city saved from oblivion. He had faced the unimaginable, fought against an ancient evil, and emerged victorious. The victory was hard-won, bought with exhaustion and the lingering fear of what could have been, but it was a victory nonetheless. As the first rays of dawn pierced the gloom, illuminating the ruins of the museum, Alistair knew that he would never forget the night he faced Apophis, the night he stared into the abyss and emerged victorious. The ordeal had left him changed, scarred by the horrors he had witnessed, but also strengthened by the knowledge that even against the most ancient of evils, hope, courage, and desperate measures could prevail. The curse was broken, but the memories would remain, etched forever into the fabric of his being, a constant reminder of the chilling encounter with the god of chaos and destruction. The silence that followed the shattering of the amulet was not the comforting quiet of a peaceful dawn. It was a heavy, pregnant silence, thick with the residual energy of the unleashed chaos. Alistair lay sprawled amidst the rubble, his body racked with tremors that had nothing to do with exhaustion. The energy that had surged through him during the ritual had left its mark, a searing brand upon his soul. He tried to move, to rise, but his limbs felt leaden, unresponsive. A searing pain lanced through his head, a pressure that threatened to split his skull open. He groaned, the sound muffled by the dust coating his lips. He tasted blood, metallic and sharp, and realized that he was bleeding from a gash on his forehead, a wound he hadn't even felt inflicted. The amulet's destruction hadn't been clean. It had left behind a residue of its malevolence, a subtle venom that seeped into his very being. As the first rays of dawn painted the ravaged museum in hues of orange and gray, Alistair began to experience the full extent of the curse's lingering effects. His vision blurred, his senses heightened to a painful degree. He could hear the whispers again, faint but persistent, weaving insidious tales of forgotten horrors and impending doom. They were not the voices of Apophis directly, but echoes of the countless souls sacrificed to the serpent god, their anguish clinging to the very fabric of the museum, imprinted on the dust and shadows. The physical pain was almost unbearable. His body felt like it was being slowly consumed from the inside out. His muscles burned, his bones ached, and a relentless nausea gnawed at his stomach. He felt a strange detachment from his own body, as if he were observing his suffering from a distance, a detached spectator watching his own demise. Beyond the physical torment, a deeper, more insidious consequence of the ritual began to manifest. Alistair's mind, once sharp and analytical, became fractured, clouded by unsettling visions and disorienting hallucinations. He saw fleeting glimpses of Apophis, its serpentine form slithering through the ruins, its malevolent eyes burning into his soul. He saw the faces of the victims, their agonized expressions forever etched in his memory, their screams echoing in the chambers of his mind. These visions were not mere memories, they were fragments of Apophis's essence, lingering remnants of the god's power that had seeped into Alistair's consciousness. Days bled into weeks. Alistair was eventually found by the emergency responders who had arrived at the museum following the reports of the disturbances. He was rushed to the hospital, where doctors, baffled by his condition, struggled to diagnose his ailment. His physical wounds healed, but the mental scars remained, deep and irreparably etched into his psyche. His once brilliant mind was shattered, his memory fragmented, his personality warped by the malevolence of the artifact. He was discharged from the hospital, but he was not the same Alistair who had entered the museum that fateful night. The curse had left him broken, his spirit crushed beneath the weight of the horrors he had witnessed. He suffered from recurring nightmares, waking screams piercing the silence of his nights. The whispers persisted, relentless and insidious, weaving their way into his waking thoughts. He saw Apophis everywhere, in the shadows, in the cracks of the walls, in the reflections in the mirrors. He lost his job as curator, his reputation tarnished by the events of that night. The public deemed him unstable, a victim of the very curse he had supposedly vanquished. His colleagues shunned him, whispering about his instability. His friends and family, once supportive, became distant, unable to cope with the changed man before them. Alistair became a recluse, isolating himself from the world, consumed by his inner demons. The memories of the night he confronted Apophis haunted him relentlessly. He relived the shattering of the amulet, the surge of power, the horrifying visions, and the excruciating pain. He remembered the faces of the victims, their terror etched forever into his mind, their silent screams forever echoing in his ears. He would often find himself wandering through the city, seeking out abandoned corners and hidden alleys, places where the shadows seemed to deepen and the whispers grew stronger. He sensed the lingering presence of Apophis, a chilling whisper on the wind, a subtle tremor in the earth. The curse had not been entirely broken. A fragment of Apophis's malevolence remained, tethered to Alistair, a parasitic entity feeding on his mind and soul. It twisted his thoughts, warped his perception, and drove him closer to the brink of madness. He became increasingly withdrawn, his speech slurred and incoherent, his eyes filled with a haunted, hollow look. He had saved the city, but at a terrible cost. He had broken the curse, but the curse had broken him in return. His once meticulous and sharp mind, which had so readily deciphered the ancient texts, was now a battleground of fractured thoughts and nightmarish visions. The very act of remembering the ritual felt like reliving the physical and mental trauma. Each incantation, each gesture, each horrifying vision replayed in excruciating detail in his mind, amplifying his suffering. He would trace the patterns of the symbols on the fragments of the amulet that he'd recovered, trying to somehow understand, to somehow undo the damage. But the symbols, once clear in his comprehension, were now distorted, their meaning eluding him. They became monstrous and alive in his hallucinations, shape-shifting into nightmarish forms that mirrored his internal turmoil. He attempted to find solace in the writings of ancient scholars, seeking an explanation, a cure, anything that might alleviate his suffering. He delved into forgotten texts, hoping to uncover some forgotten ritual, some counter-curse that might undo the damage done. But the texts themselves seemed to mock him, the words blurring and twisting, their meaning lost in a sea of unsettling imagery and whispers. The very knowledge he once possessed now felt like a curse, a constant reminder of his failure to completely contain the ancient evil. The more he studied, the more he felt the tendrils of Apophis's influence tightening their grip on his mind. He found himself inexplicably drawn to the ruins of the museum, returning again and again, as if compelled by an unseen force. He wandered amidst the wreckage, seeking some trace of the amulet, some piece of the past he could grasp, some tangible reminder of what he had faced. He felt a phantom pain in his forehead, a dull throbbing that mirrored the persistent ache in his soul. The echoes of the night's events followed him relentlessly. His existence became a bleak cycle of pain, hallucinations, and creeping despair. He was a prisoner of his own mind, haunted by the spectral whispers and tormented by the lingering presence of Apophis. The world outside, once a source of fascination and inspiration, now seemed distant, unreal, a blurry reflection of his own shattered reality. The city had been saved, but Alistair, its savior, remained trapped within the confines of a self-made prison, a chilling testament to the lasting consequences of confronting ancient evils. The curse had been broken, but at a price far exceeding the value of any artifact. The victory was hollow, the triumph shadowed by the profound and lasting devastation of its cost. He was a living monument to the terrible price of confronting forces beyond human comprehension. The darkness had been banished, but a fragment of it remained, eternally entwined with his very being. His story served as a stark reminder: some battles, even when won, leave wounds that never truly heal.
If you've made it this far, you've heard the whispers. The static doesn't lie. If something felt too close tonight, it probably was. Subscribe for more tales that reach through the dark. Drop a comment below. What time is it right now where you are? And who's watching with you?